NORSCA. NORSCA is a peninsula located in the far north of the old world, lying on the doorstep of the Chaos Wastes itself. It is bordered to the south by the frigid waters of the Sea of Claws, to the north by the Kraken Sea and the Realm of Chaos, and to the east by the roving Kurgan tribes of the steppes. Suffused with the unholy energies of chaos by its proximity to the ruined warp gate that lies at the northern pole, it is a brutal realm where no one ruler holds sway. Instead, the bleak and brutal landscape is divided amongst the barbaric kingdoms and territories of many bloodthirsty and warlike tribes, ruled by dark armored chaos champions blessed by the favor of their gods, and who are thus held up as akin to royalty by their brethren. NORSCA is inhabited by a race of savage and ferocious men known as the NORSCANs, Norsemen or the Norse. Fur-clad warriors and berserkers of hairy brawn who sail the seas in fearsome longships in order to unleash their devastating fury upon the south. Warlike and cruel, the Norse are the very epitome of the warriors of chaos, fanatically devoted champions of the dark gods and the baneful scourge of their foes. The sheer brutality of their raids has been felt as far abroad as the Witch King's baleful domain of Nagaroth and the mysterious realm of Cathay. For the men of NORSCA are reckoned to be perhaps the most adept sailors and navigators in all the world, unequaled by any in their courage and reckless thirst for conquest. The Norsemen are, without exception, great warriors, blessed with incredible strength at arms and fearsome demeanors. It is the dream of nearly every member of this fierce people to ascend to the ranks of the greatest warriors, to become mighty champions of chaos and bear the dread marks of their gods' ruinous favor. NORSCA is a savage and brutal land, plagued by lethal winters for more than half the year, and worse, lashed perpetually by raging gales of chaos energies howling down from the ancient ruins of the fallen warp gate, resting at the very heart of the northern chaos wastes. As such, no sane human being would be able to survive in this harsh wasteland with their sanity intact. It is for this reason that most, if not all, the tribes of NORSCA are affected to some extent by the power of chaos, causing their flesh to warp and mutate through the influences of their gods, and their minds to be plunged into the darkest depths of the most violent insanity. The NORSCANs see these alterations as the blessings of their dreadful deities, which empower them to strive above and conquer all who oppose them. Hard-bitten and warlike, the men of NORSCA are the greatest of all the warriors of the Dark Gods. I spent a year in that hellish place. Can you believe it? For 6 months straight, it was dark. The sun barely came over the horizon. And let me tell you, those were the most dangerous 6 months of my life. From Mikkel Kraus, a random mercenary. Geographically, NORSCA is, for the most part, a frozen boreal wasteland bereft of all trappings of civilization, albeit one so large that it could fit the entirety of the Empire into it several times over. Stalked by all manner of gruesome monsters, the tales old worlders tell of it fail to fully encapsulate its brutality. Few crops grow here, for the land is hard as iron, and the howling winds cut like daggers of purest cold. And it is for this scarcity that the Northmen have learned to spurn the sickle and plowshare, instead deigning to take what they need to survive from the lands of weaker men with the axe and sword. A network of fjords and mist-clouded isles wreathes the coasts, and it is from here that the Northmen build and tether the longships with which they terrorize the shores of the known world. Scattered coastal settlements provide some respite from the harshness of the elements, but even they are regularly assaulted by blood krakens and other such horrors. Further inland, however, the great fjords give way to frozen steppes where brutal tribesmen hunt their game, taking care to avoid the bone-carpeted lairs of ice drakes. It is a grim, shadowy land where the weak do not live long, and where living means a constant fight for survival, supremacy, and the chance to appease the dark gods. The landscape is famed chiefly for its mighty and foreboding mountain ranges, such as the Jotunheims, the Mountains of Frost and Dusk, and the Mountains of Tajazi. The mountains themselves are cloaked in local myth and history, and are sometimes named for ruined fortresses sitting atop their icy peaks, or for mighty and legendary beasts that nest amongst the crags and defiles. Though the mountains dominate the country's interior, they are far from the only feature. Massive stretches of forest mark a great deal of the land. Ancient taigas that house foul secrets of the dark gods, as well as ferocious beasts of unnatural strength and power. To the north, immense seas of glacial pack ice stretch down and cover nearly the entirety of the upper half of the country, rendering NORSCA as a glaciated wasteland. These ice fields form the frozen sea along the north, the great strait that separates NORSCA from the true chaos wastes. Massive frozen glaciers are a common sight, particularly in the Arctic climes of the northernmost parts of the country. The Great Hellworm Glacier is one of the most well-known of these, having been the site of a climactic battle between the iron-clad chaos warriors of Falgar the Butcher and the undead legions of Setra the Imperishable, during the fabled War of Sand and Snow. The great ice field of Drergan Mort too has played host to mighty conflicts between the Bersonling tribe and their rivals, particularly the tribes of Kurgan. Many times have the Norse emerged victorious from that field of death, proving their strength in the eyes of their infernal masters. The seas of NORSCA are just as dangerous as the land itself, for amidst the frigid waves of the Sea of Chaos prowl the fearsome black longships crewed by barbarians and mastered by the terrible champions of chaos who reave and raid as they will, bringing bloody battle to any ship cursed with the misfortune of crossing them. From the ports and fjords of the Norse lands do the terrible chaos fleets sail, harboring cargoes of bloodthirsty marauders intent on putting civilization to fire and blade. Moreover, the icy cold of the Sea of Claws is itself as much the bane of sailors as the savage seafaring warriors who ride its waves, with winds so cold they freeze the very spray, causing knives of frost to pierce the flesh and freeze extremities. And deep below the tides lie creatures that have been touched with the grace of chaos that capsize ships and feast upon the flesh of men. Small wonder, then, that men grow vicious and cruel in these lands. Harsh lands breed harsh folk, and the NORSCANs have been moulded into some of the fiercest and most violent warriors to blight the earth. A race of ferocious raiders who must kill and plunder in order to survive. However, during the summer months, the air warms just enough to enliven the sparse stretches of land suitable for farming, which serves to supplement the NORSCAN's common diet of fish, bear flesh, and the meat of the far less savory creatures that prowl the wilderness. All other months, however, the land is deathly cold, and unnatural snowstorms are a constant, made all the worse by the unholy winds blowing down north from the chaos wastes. Half the year is a dim twilight, the sun barely a disk of light hanging low on the horizon. Within the land itself lies things warped and changed by the loosed energies of chaos that permeate this ancient land. Though there is, however, wealth hidden amongst its terrible dangers, the mountains that hide veins of gold and iron, as well as other precious metals. Beyond all this, there is the warp stone, the very essence of chaos given form in the world, which saturates the ground so that the very land is infused with it. Though NORSCA's distance and danger is a potent deterrent to keep all but the bravest of merchants from travelling there, the rare treasures hidden amongst its dangers yet provides a tantalizing lure for the courageous and mad to make the journey north and risk their lives under a Norseman's blade, and their immortal souls upon their bloody altars. The most striking features of NORSCA, raised by mortal and immortal hands alike, are the great monoliths that dot the primeval wilderness. These ungodly monuments serve as focal points for channeling the raw power of chaos, and sorcerers who find themselves near these constructs will likely find their powers greatly augmented by their proximity. Those with the courage to look upon the monoliths more closely are likely to find runic inscriptions in the NORSCAN tongue written clearly upon them. These inscriptions often foretell the sagas of the great heroes of NORSCA, the champions of chaos. Chaos monoliths, as they are known, are towering runestones raised by the Norse tribes for the commemoration of some legendary tribal hero or king, for some deed of martial majesty that won that figure the renown of the dark gods. Monoliths are most often raised with stone, but can also be composed of more esoteric material, as a result of NORSCA's otherworldly qualities. Bone, bloody flesh, marble, precious gems, and so on are all examples of materials chaos monoliths may be composed of. Wealthier tribes are able to commission monoliths to be crafted by the chaos dwarves of Zorn-Uzkul, who are said to cast the great runestones in brass polished to a mirror sheen that reflects not the countenance of the onlooker, but the savage visage of the warlord the monolith commemorates. Monoliths serve as commemorators of heroes and kings, repositories of the histories of the NORSCAN people. But they also serve as markers of tribal territories or the holdings of warbands. Monoliths quickly become places of pilgrimages among the northern tribes, and most NORSCANs will not pass one without leaving an offering of some kind, or at least reciting the saga written upon it. The Norsemen believe that the gods themselves watch over the monoliths, protecting it from the ravages of time and judging the worth of those who come before them. Monoliths may sometimes stand watchful over cairns of fallen champions, where the bodies of the dead heroes are interred, often with their weapons and armors, making them a tempting, albeit difficult, target for would-be grave robbers. Aside from the monoliths, the lands of NORSCA are dotted with massive great halls of the various tribes. Expansive thatched structures constructed of oak and pine, where the tribes gather to feast and carouse and prepare themselves for their campaigns of rape and slaughter against their enemies. Most NORSCAN halls are massive structures, but a fair few are titanic even by northern standards. The Great Hall of the Snegger that lies in the land of the Scalings, or the Great Hall of Strovengard, home to the fearsome Egil Styrbjorn, are but two grandiose examples of truly legendary great halls. There is also the Great Hall of Urslo, home to the ferocious Urfjordings, and the infamous Bjork and his Bear Men. Then there are fortresses. NORSCAN fortresses are not quite as ostentatious or grand as those erected by the civilized nations of the Old World, but still, these barbaric fastnesses are highly defendable positions, ruled over by the mightiest kings and warlords of the land. The fortresses of chaos number among them the Doom Keep, the Forbidden Citadel, the Altar of the Crimson Harvest, and the Tower of Karak. The great fortress of Ormfell also exists in the lands of the Zals, erected at the place where the great Zal hero Omre defeated a terrible serpent and set its bones into his throne. Centuries later, the Zal king Ulgra Troll-Eater marched southwards alongside the ever-chosen Asavar Kul and shattered the walls of Kislev, carrying the rubble back to NORSCA to set as a reinforcement of his ancestral seat's ancient defences. At one point, the demon fortress of Bagayar, the Great Witch, stood in the lands of the Scalings, but was long ago laid low by the Chaos champion known as Wulfric the Wanderer, who led an army of warriors to conquer the demon fastness and its unholy mistress, slicing off the arms of Bagayar and boiling her alive in her own cauldron in order to steal the great longship known as the Sea Fang. There are many different theories amongst the scholars of the Old World regarding the origins of the NORSCANs. Some aver that the Norse are the descendants of demons, a race of bloodthirsty monsters whose very existence is at odds with the natural order, while others argue that they are a race of giants and kin to the hulking denizens of the ogre kingdoms. Yet others submit that the Norsemen are supernatural creatures of ice and snow, born of the merciless winds of winter. In truth, the ethnogenesis of the NORSCANs begins with their ancient ancestors, the Norsi, an ancient tribe of barbarians who had long venerated the chaos gods, particularly the blood god Karneth. Ancient sagas record that during the cataclysmic events of the fall of the Old Ones, when chaos first burst forth into the world, that tribes of primitive humans made common cause with the demonic hordes, creating unholy pacts with Chaos's dark lords and binding their people to their worship. Thus were born the first of the warriors of Chaos, and the Norsi were among those first tribes to pledge their souls to Chaos, alongside the ancestors of the Kurgan and Hung. Riding as the vanguard of the Chaos hordes, these barbarous mortal tribes brought ruin and devastation upon the gleaming kingdoms of Dwarf and Elf, and so were the mighty bastions of order humbled by their brutal onslaught, and untold millions were slain. The much later records of the Norscan dwarf clans, most significant being the Chronicle of Dread Yngvar Jorvarsson, make mention of several specific tribes of warlike humans far outstripping the imperial tribes in their savagery and bellicosity, migrating and settling in the northernmost parts of the old world. These being the lands later to become Kislev, Nordland, and Ostland. Most significant among these groups were the horse-bound Ungols, the grim Fry Kings, the Tor-worshipping Ropsmen, and, most notably, the savage blood-bound Norsi tribes, such as the brutal warriors of the ferocious Iron Wolves clan, and others besides. The migration of the northern tribes is dated reliably in the Norse Dwarf Chronicles as having taken place in -1012 IC, putting it roughly 20 years prior to the later Blackfire Pass migration of the Hunbarokin, Teutokin, Merokin, and other imperial precursors. The Norsi settle in their new homelands, raiding and pillaging their neighbours for additional resources and to catch the eyes of their malefic deities. Imperial legends from before the age of Sigmar narrate how, having been pushed to their limits by the conquest of the Norsi, the southerly tribes had banded together into a great host to push the Norsi to the utmost northern lands of the Reich Bassin, confining the brutal raiders to the lands above the Middle Mountains for centuries. Other Norsi clans were driven yet further back to the Chaos Wastes themselves, where they were believed by the southern tribes to have perished. This was not the case, however, and it was in these unholy lands that the Norsi were able to indulge themselves more freely in the gifts of the Chaos gods, and connect themselves more deeply with the darkest aspects of their violent beliefs. These black-armored marauders would return to their kinfolk in black proud longships, rising to lead their kinsmen in warfare. As one of the earliest tribes to settle the Reich Bassin, the Norsi may have also participated in the massacre of peaceful agriculturist tribes that had settled the area previously, likely alongside the Ropsmen and the Teutogans. The Norsi are also known to have contended mightily with the Theodosies, having raided and despoiled the lands of their enemies on countless occasions. In 9 IC, the Norsi under High King Cormac Bloodaxe assaulted the Theodosies' capital city and slew King Volfilla and his entire family, crucifying their bodies upon the walls of their own palace. Barbarous and warlike, even beyond that of the Teutogan or the Ungols, the Norsi were ever the bane of their southerly neighbours, despised and feared for their brutality and consummate skill at warfare. It was only under the rule of SIGMAR Heldenhammer that the ferocious sea wolves of the Norsemen were held at bay, and finally driven from the Empire to their bleak homeland in the Chaos Wastes. As the chosen race of the ruinous powers, the Norsemen had seen it as their right and duty to butcher and plunder the tribes of the south, laying low all who dared to oppose them, virtually unchallenged until the rise of blessed SIGMAR. Pleased by the ferocity of their servants, the dark gods bestowed the Norsi with the blessings of chaos, increasing their indomitable might and making them as wolves amongst sheep. Forever on the fringes of the southern lands, the Norsi became a fearsome race of skilled fighters, and many vicegerents of the dark gods had served as advisors to the northern clans, guiding and shaping their destinies, preparing the Norsi for their role as the harbingers of the end times. The depredations of the Norsi are described in grandiose terms by the legends of the age of SIGMAR, speaking of hulking Norsemen bedecked in heavy black plate, wielding brutal axes and kite shields taller than any man, of towering armored horsemen hefting huge iron lances mounted upon great destriers with burning red eyes, of dark shamans who summoned forth demons of blood and fire to fight alongside the armies of the Norse, of dark, majestic warrior kings of unsurpassed martial might who dwelled within black halls of iron and beheaded and gutted their enemies within their fortresses in praise of the cruel gods they so faithfully worshipped. Indeed, few had faced the war host of the Norsemen and lived to speak of it. Those who had tried were simply butchered violently and left as a sacrifice to the brazen war god of the Northmen. Faced by the extreme opposition of SIGMAR Heldenhammer and a united army of several tribes, and still reeling from the loss of High King Varag Skulltaker in battle during the previous year, the Norsi clans were unable to successfully hold their ground against the southern onslaught. Though the Norsemen fought like maddened bears in the defense of their homesteads, they were eventually forced northwards by the armies of the Unbroggen, Udosis, Tulutans, and Cherusans. Fleeing across the northeastern rivers, the Norsi were then forced to contend with the fierce Ungol horse tribes, but were able to fight through them to reach the Troll country. There, the Norse sagas record the final stand of the mighty Egil Bloodheart, a giant warrior of great renown and incredible power who held off the advance of the Ungol hordes long enough to allow his kinsmen to flee to the Chaos Wastes. Oral tradition records Egil, proud to the point of insanity, as having severed his own head from his neck to deny the Ungols the pleasure of killing him. After much hardship, the Norsi finally returned to NORSCA, but instead of the safe refuge they had hoped for, they found their ancestral homeland occupied by many strange and barbarous races. Among these were a race of primeval savages who were kin to the earliest human tribes who had become the original beastmen, as well as the bloodthirsty Kurgan tribes of the eastern steppes. The Norsi would not be denied, however, and in a ferocious war of conquest, they slaughtered or subjugated all the other races of the land until they alone became the dominant force. It was from this war of conquest that the bloodlines of these barbarous people were mingled and a new, even more ferocious nation of warriors was forged. The NORSCANS. The Great Invasion of the Norsi. Though the Norsi had ravaged the lands of their neighbours on countless occasions, one of the most famous was their massive invasion of the Cherusan and Telutan tribes in the age before the founding of the empire by SIGMAR Heldenhammer. In -7 IC, a horde of bloodthirsty Norsemen, under the leadership of their High King, a mighty chaos champion of Khorne, known as Varag Skull-Taker, descended from the frozen north to lay waste and burn all before them as an offering to the gods. The terrible threat of a Norsi invasion drove the formerly rival Cherusan and Telutan to put aside their differences and join forces against the terrifying threat. Such was the ferocity and power of the Norsi that not even the combined efforts of the two tribes was able to hold them back, and the Norsi succeeded in conquering the Cherusan and Telutan lands, modern Hochland and Talabakland respectively, pushing out the native tribes and causing them to migrate further and further south in order to escape certain death or enslavement at the brutal axes of the Norse. The Cherusan and Telutan subsequently appealed to the fierce Teutogan tribe to their south for aid, but even the legendary sons of the White Wolf were fearful of the ferocious Norsemen, and Artur, chieftain of the Teutogans and lord of the Faustschlag, had instead elected to watch events unfold, hoping that the Norsi juggernaut exhausted itself against the Teutogans' rivals in the south, particularly the Unberogans, and leave their lands ripe for conquest by the people of the Faustschlag. The now homeless tribes looked to the far south for support, to the seat of the Unberogan tribe and the mighty King Bjorn. Appealing to the honourable chieftain for aid, and pledging their sword oaths to him if he would assist them, Bjorn agreed to help the beleaguered tribes and marshal the full strength of the Unberogan to war. His decision was also motivated by the knowledge that the Norsi would inevitably turn their axes upon his own lands once the Cherusan and Telutan were wiped out. King Bjorn's legendary son, Sigmar Heldenhammer, was not part of that great muster, however, having instead been charged to steward Unberogan lands while his father made war in the far north. For weeks uncounted did the armies of the southern kings battle against the terrible hordes of the north. A host of fully 7,000 warriors, outnumbering the Norsi nearly 2 to 1, marched into the cold lands of their new dominion. In the initial battle, fully 1,000 southern warriors alone had been slaughtered by the Norsi. Hundreds more had been dealt such blows and had been butchered so badly that they would never fight again. Norsi wolf ships had penetrated far inland, and parties of raiders had managed to assault the Theodosi's tribes and their principal settlement of Hogvik, besieging the seat of King Volfilla of the Theodosi's himself before the southern armies were able to relieve the siege. These battles with the hosts of the southerly kings were merely foreplay, however, each confrontation merely a brief skirmish foreshadowing the true and terrible battle about to begin on the rocky foothills east of the Great Middle Mountains. The warriors of the north were brutal and ferocious beyond all reason. Any single Northman worth easily 3 Southmen in battle. The very savagery and overpowering drive for personal glory that made the Norse such phenomenal warriors proved also to be their greatest weakness. For the armies of the Norse lacked the methodical discipline and numerical superiority of the southern tribes, which had served to impart a huge advantage to the defenders. 6,000 Southerners gave battle against 4,000 cold-eyed killers from across the Sea of Claws, black armored champions at the fore, with hordes of hulking berserkers at their bearskin cloaked backs. They charge at their foes, howling bestial prayers to the god Corn, and promising brutal ends to their foes. Volleys of arrow fire smashed into these madmen, but to no avail. The steel-armored champions, bloody-furred hounds, and howling monstrosities of the northern horde struck into the southerners' lines with a fury born of the love of war, wreaking terrible havoc amongst their ranks and slaying hundreds. A wedge of heavy Norse horsemen smashed into the flanks of the Southerners, killing scores with their mighty brazen axes, but these knights were nonetheless defeated by frenzied Cherusan wildmen, who tore the armored giants from the saddle, while unbroken axemen dispatched with brutal strikes. Back and forth the tide of the battle swung, but slowly. The discipline of the Southerners won out, as did their greater numbers. They advanced as a silent block of axes and swords, resolute in their desire to see the offense of the Northmen avenged. A great cheer rose from the combined ranks, as it seemed the Norsemen's fate was sealed. Only for the appearance of their king, resplendent in his red chaos plate and bearing aloft his flaming greatsword, to restore order and courage to the Norse ranks. Emboldened, the Norse fought in an ordered retreat which drove back the Southern Alliance and won them the day. The Southerners had neither the strength nor manpower to launch a pursuit now, and the Norse had retreated to a highly defensible position of a thickly wooded ridgeline and regrouped there in good order. In the end, the Southern army was forced to make a costly charge up the hill to defeat their foes. The Southerners charged, and the Norse fought like demons against them, their fury unmatched and their shield walls as impregnable fortresses atop their strong, elevated positions. Many times had unbroken axes and swords failed to splinter the shields of the Norse. It was only by inches that the feral men of the Northlands were driven back, but for each inch a score of Southmen had fallen bloodily and brutishly. Even when they had been driven from the top of the hill, the Norse had remained defiant to the last, fighting in smaller and smaller circles and asking for no quarter from the enemy. Varag Skulltaker slew many in the battle, and had even fought the unbroken King Bjorn in single combat. Demonic sword met magical axe as the two kings fought, but Bjorn eventually proved too great for the Norse warlord and hacked the Chaos Champion's head from his shoulders. Enraged by the loss of their king, Varag Skulltaker's dark-armored Huskarls fell wrathfully upon the unbroken king, savagely hacking him to death and tearing his body to bloody ribbons. Despite the massive losses sustained by the Southmen, the Norse were successfully pushed out of the Cherusan and Telutan lands. The defeat of the main horde also signalled the withdrawal of the Norse forces raiding and besieging the lands of the Udoses. The Flight of the Norsi, -7 IC. With the breaking of the snows, SIGMAR, newly ascended to the position of unbroken king, called upon the sword oaths of the Cheruzen and Tolutan, and journeyed north once more to bring war upon the chosen of the dark gods. He had also entreated the Teutogons for aid, but to no avail, with some tribesmen even going so far as to waylay Sigmar's army as it passed through their territory. Finally arriving in the cold land of the Odosi, a beleaguered realm that long suffered daily invasions at the hands of the Norsi, Sigmar's warriors lifted the newest Norsi siege of the Odosi's keep of Zalzenhus. The king of the Odosis, Vulfilla, was then only too happy to join his warriors to Sigmar's army. Thus did the wild-haired, kilted warriors of the Odosi's tribe finally take the battle to the marauders whom they had been forced to fear for so long. Though the Norsi fought like madmen to protect the steads from their former victims, the battle was never in doubt. With a full 8,000 warriors outnumbering them by several magnitudes, and with no strong leader to unite them with, the death of their high king, the fractious Norsi were forced to retreat further and further back north to the coast of the Sea of Claws, where their wolf ships were anchored. Their villages burned and plundered by the men of the south, there was nothing left for them but to return to the northern wastelands of their birth. Sigmar's war machines had smashed the longships to burning kindling, however, thus robbing the Norsi of their salvation. But Sigmar had foolishly underestimated the Norsi, and though many of their kinsmen had been slain by the massive army of the south, yet more clans were able to fight their way through southern flanks to the then unknown lands of the Kislevite steppes, slaughtering their way through the nomadic Ungol and wandering Kurgan tribes until finally they reached the lands of the Chaos Wastes, NORSCA itself. There they scratched a bare living from the bleak land, fighting the neighboring Kurgan and Ungols to assert dominance in the north, and amongst each other for resources and hunting grounds. Where once the Norsi lived in mighty halls of fire, now they were reduced to dwelling within icy caves and hovels built from the cannibalized ruins of the once proud wolf ships that had carried their warriors to battle for generations. Many were the oaths pre-offered to the brutal gods of the north, as the Norsi swore that they and their descendants would one day cross the Sea of Claws and bring the bloodthirsty songs of war southwards and kill all who dwelt in them. It is recounted in the dread sagas that during the earliest stages of NORSCA's settling, that the Norsi came into conflict with a grotesque race of massive, Trent-like beings known as the Tree Blood, who savaged many of the early tribes. In desperation, the Norsi cried out to T'Char, the Changer of Ways, for salvation, and unto his people did the Raven gift the Norsi with the magical fires of chaos to drive the Tree Blood from the land. With axe and flame, the ancient heroes led their kinsmen to slaughter the Tree Blood and conquered all of NORSCA for their own, building their oldest halls from the husks of the creatures. So complete was the Norsia's annihilation of the Tree Blood that only one remained, the greatest and most hate-filled of its kind, the Troll Tree. This horrific remnant of an ancient age was finally felled by the legendary Chaos champion Wulfric the Wanderer, and from its bark was created the second Sea Fang, the first having been lost in an incursion to Ulthuan, the largest and greatest of all Norse longships. Cormac Blood Axe's Vengeance in 9 IC. These are days of great power. The tribes of the north, the beasts of the forest, and a great prince of Karnath will fall upon Middenheim, and we will baptize this world in blood. From Kar Odaken, a shaman of the Norsi, foretelling the coming of King Cormac Blood Axe. The Norsi, driven to the lands beyond the Sea of Claws, were left to recoup their strength and organize themselves into new factions, many clans having been wiped out or thinned by Sigmar's invasion. During this time, many grand heroes rose up to lead the Norsi, such as the legendary hero Ekil Bloodheart, who fought the Ungol hordes on the border of the Chaos Wastes. Despite the many great heroes of this era, few are so renowned in the early annals of the Northmen as Cormac Bloodaxe, a warrior whose name that bespoke the naked ferocity and bloody-minded courage of this warrior race. A visionary warrior king, the son of the slain Norsi High King Varag Skulltaker, who had fallen in combat against King Bjorn of the Unberogen. Cormac's incredible strength and ravenous drive for vengeance saw him arise to claim leadership of his father's tribes, the Iron Wolves, and eventually claim kingship over all the Norsi tribes after a series of battles waged against the Fiend Jarls. His advisor was the ancient shaman Kar Odaken, an emissary of the Chaos Gods themselves, who had long watched over the chosen people of the Dark Gods and had guided their destiny by long serving as a vicegerent and counselor to the warrior kings of the North, including Cormac's father and grandfather. It was Kar Odaken who had forged Cormac's mighty demon axe, binding a creature of Khorne to the blackened blade. Ensorcelled axe in hand, Cormac wrought unholy havoc on countless battlefields. The Norsi invasion broke out in 9 IC, barely 2 decades after their exile at Sigmar's hand had the cruel Northmen returned to repay the Emperor for their suffering. United into the mighty juggernaut that had once made the world tremble, they sailed out from their fastnesses in the sub-Arctic lands of the north, their only desire to avenge the deaths of their sword brothers and kinsmen those many years ago. They had begun their campaign of reconquest and revenge by raiding the holdings of the Northern Ropsmen tribe, who alone had taken the Norsi's abandoned territory after Sigmar's war in the north, largely due to the fact that no one else had wanted it. Such was the terror the memory of the Norsi evoked that even despite their exile, the marks of their dark worship and barbaric culture were still carved deep in the northern lands, and so few tribes of the south had deigned to claim such holdings, believing them cursed and haunted by the spectres of the raiders' many victims. The Ropsmen's courage proved their undoing. For so exposed to the sea of claws as they were, they could not withstand the ferocity of the Norse raids, which plundered their villages and took their wives and elders as hostages. The Norse thus held them as ransom, and extracted from the defeated Ropsmen chieftains their oath for a season's worth of service, thereby enslaving the northern tribe to their will. Next, the Norse fell upon the Eudoses tribe, their long-time rivals. The Sea-Wolves attacked the northern capital city of Hogvik, many miles inland from the shore of the Sea of Claws, and put it to the torch. Joined by the forces of their Ropsmen allies, the Norse easily slaughtered the defenders. It was King Cormac, resplendent in the ancient chaos plate of his father and wielding his flaming demon axe, who slew the mightiest warrior amongst the Eudoses, Sifael, with a single strike that split the brave clansman in two, from neck to groin. King Wulfhere had all but thrown open the gates of his castle of Zelsenhus when Cormac slit the throat of his wife, who was heavy with child. The Norse then dragged the king out of his hall and crucified him, and threw the still living members of his family to burn alive upon a pyre. Cormac Bloodaxe would later reflect upon this and say that no man so weak and soft should have been made a leader of men. All the Eudoses who live within Hogvik were slaughtered, the warriors slain in honorable battle, their non-combatants impaled upon great brazen stakes in honor of Khorne, and the settlement's children sacrificed upon bloody altars for the glory of the Lord of Skulls. With Wulfire's death, the Eudoses quickly fell into the vicious clannish bickering for which they were so famed, as a succession crisis quickly spiraled out of control as the chieftains fought to take the now vacant throne. With the defense of the north shattered, the Norse were able to freely move further inland and wreak havoc and destruction upon the southern tribes, just as they had done in the ancient days before Sigmar's rise to power. With every victory, the tragic accounts of the Norse's atrocities and savagery spread like wildfire throughout the empire, sapping the courage and resolve of its defenders with every retelling, as more and more refugees carried terrible accounts of the brutality they had suffered at the hands of the Northmen. Horrifying accounts of the oceans of blood their axes had spilled, and the countless innocents carried off into slavery in the bowels of their dreaded wolfships. These barbarous attacks were not the work of a mere horde of raging barbarians, however, but were in fact calculated specifically at weakening the morale of the Empire's army, as well as being specifically formulated in order to harm the ability of the Empire to quickly react and raise more troops to confront the Norse invasion. This was only exacerbated by the fact that when Sigmar learned of the Norse invasion and the Ropsmen's complicity in it, he marshalled his forces and waged a long, arduous campaign to crush them and drive them out of the Empire, for they had forfeited their place in it by aiding the savage Norsemen. This left the inner lands of the Empire undefended against the wrath of the Northmen. The Ropsmen tribe was all but annihilated by Sigmar, their tattered remnants driven into the then unknown lands of the northeast, where they would come into conflict with the Ungolls. Nonetheless, this planted the seeds of dissension and disunity within the Empire, for the violence perpetrated against the Norsemen, seen by some as victims of the Norsi, was quite controversial in Sigmar's time. As a result, the counts became wary around their emperor, fearing what would become of their lands should they ever voice a contrary opinion. The purity of Sigmar's justice, long seen as the epitome of good governance by the tribes, was now cast into doubt. Despite this disunity, the Empire was able to raise an army to meet the Norsi invaders. Though were it not for the Theodosies in the north setting aside their civil war over their succession crisis, elevating the canny warrior Con Carsten to the position of war chief, the Norsi likely would have succeeded in conquering the whole of the empire long before Sigmar Unbrogen could have marshalled the tribal levies to stand against the horde. Indeed, but for the vigorous hit-and-run raids and tireless guerrilla warfare perpetrated by the Theodosies upon the Norsi juggernaut, the entirety of the north would have most assuredly fallen long before Sigmar and his allies could have mustered to oppose them. When Sigmar finally faced the Northmen, they had done what no other enemy had accomplished ever before or since. They, and they alone, had managed to lay low the God King in true battle. Indeed, the Imperial army, resplendent in its power and its morale, bolstered by the mythical presence of the Emperor, had expected to defeat the warriors of the North in a single, decisive battle. As such, it was completely and totally unprepared for the tactics employed by the Norsemen. The Imperials had expected undisciplined berserkers, only to find the natural ferocity of the Norsi tempered by a razor-sharp military precision. The Norsi had given battle in imitation of the southern armies, marching in tightly packed ranks with a hitherto unheard-of cohesion, and yet still retaining the unabashed fury and incredible martial skill that made the men of the North masters of the battlefield. A perfect synthesis of military discipline and wild ferocity. Even the whirlwind fury of the Thuringian warrior bands was little compared to the merciless berserker rage of the Norsi warriors, who met the Thuringian vanguard of Sigmar's army and hacked them apart, almost managing to slay their Count Otwin the Berserker. The axes and swords of the Norse were not the only foe Sigmar faced that day, for the Norsi had also received a pledge of loyalty from the Kurgan and Hung tribes, and so did the plainsmen of the east swear their lives to the service of Cormac Bloodaxe. The horse clans of the Kul, Mung, Khazag, Hung, and many others did encircle Sigmar's host, hammering the Imperials with arrows, holding them in place while the Norsemen's heavy cavalry charged their lines, smashing into the southern warriors like the fist of the blood god himself. The armies of the Emperor were completely and utterly routed, and had they not organized enough to mount an orderly withdrawal from the battlefield, they would have surely all been annihilated. Sigmar had realized that having sustained such losses, the Norsi could not be defeated now upon the open field of battle. The only recourse remaining, therefore, was to retreat to the Teutoburger fortress of Middenheim, renowned in legend as having never once been conquered. The great lifts that allow passages to the city in the modern era had not been created in the time of Sigmar, and so to gain passage into the city would have required the Norsi to simultaneously take and hold both the eastern and western passages, as well as the viaduct of the city. It was only by drawing the Norsi into such a siege that there would be any hope of the Empire surviving Cormac Bloodaxe's invasion. The Norsi had followed the fleeing Imperials to the fastness of Ulrich, their number bolstered by hordes of raging beastkin. Gathered as an endless tide of sinew and steel below the Faustschlag, the Norsemen brought the halves of their mighty axes banging against the round bosses of their shield as they bellowed and roared the black names of the dark gods and their honored ancestors, while the beastmen screeched and roared in blasphemous hymns to those self-same deities. It was a droning noise that shuddered the courage of all who heard it, a terrible sound that spoke of the need and desire to make war for no reason other than the suffering it would cause. Here, clearly demonstrated, was the reason SIGMAR was forced to drive the Norsemen from his empire. For where the men of the Reich sought peace and plenty, the Norsemen craved for battle and war. Where development and progress were the watchwords of the Empire, the joy of killing and the lust for domination drove the grim warriors of the savage North. Where the gods of the South rewarded worship with peace and protection, the baleful gods of the Norsemen demanded worship and offered naught but war and the power to carry it on in return. The siege was brutal, lasting for 13 full days and nights. Merciless Norsi charges were thrown back, but with the greatest of effort, with each attack seeing the Norsi reaping a terrible toll from their adversaries. For where the men of Sigmar's empire fought with all they had for the sake of bare survival, the men of the North fought with the savage desire that their gods would notice their might and reward them for their bravery. Marshalled before baleful war altars dedicated to their gods, the Norsi truly felt the eyes of the gods upon them, and the raging energies of the warp surged upon them, transmuting them into new, deadlier forms. On the 13th, most terrible day of the siege, Cormac Bloodaxe, who had slain so many in battle that his axe now perpetually ran thick with congealed blood, awoke knowing the will of his god was to be carried out. For his vision seethed red, as though his eyes were drenched perpetually in blood. Before a great pit, where the Norsi had thrown the corpses of their enemies in honour of Khorne, there did Cormac command the greatest warriors of 8 clans to sacrifice themselves to Khorne's glory. Mightily pleased with their valour and tithe, Khorne did take up the Norsi king and reforged him into a manifestation of rage, a demon prince. Cormac, in his new, resplendent form, is said to have strode forth and broken apart the walls of Middenheim with a single blow, slaughtering hundreds with sweeps of his burning axe, while his very presence drove the men of the Empire mad with rage born of fear. The Norsemen roared their exultation to the cold thrones of the gods, their cries now even more hideously animalistic than those of the beast kin who stood alongside them, and they fought with fury so redoubled that none could withstand them. Such was their joy to fight under the gaze of a living avatar of Khorne the Mighty. Soon the Demon Prince crossed blades with SIGMAR, the two kings fighting to decide the fate of their peoples. It was only through the aid of Mercer, warrior eternal of the Faustschlag, and the divine power of Ulrich himself, that SIGMAR was able to marshal enough strength to defeat Cormac Bloodaxe, banishing the fallen king to the realm of chaos. With the banishment of Cormac, the morale of the Norse army gave out, and they now fought their way past the vengeful press of Imperials to reach their wolfships and return to their new homeland. Though the Empire was ultimately victorious, the dreadful memory of how close it had come to desolation loomed long in the memories of all who had fought and suffered in the invasion, and few would ever forget the terror of the mighty Norsemen. Once more, the Norse were thrown back across the Sea of Claws to the land now known as NORSCA. In the aftermath of the Middenheim invasion, SIGMAR had marshalled what remained of his forces and led his warriors in a series of revenge raids against the Norse homeland of NORSCA. He succeeded in slaying numerous tribes and had razed dozens of villages along the southernmost coast. But the terrain and the lack of numbers meant he could not penetrate further inland and take the fight to the more numerous tribes dwelling in the land's interior. The Norse were thus largely left to their own devices, allowed to recoup their strength and prepare themselves for later conflicts with the Empire. Present history. In this year of Ulrich's grace, there were great sigils and portents of doom and destruction. The statue of the wolf was heard to howl for death, and there were many children born with twisted feet or hands or other such mutations. Great beasts were seen to fly through the air and block out the sun, and a famine and plague did grip the coastal villages. Even as these ails did pass, reavers emerged from the seas with sails of blood and death, and laid waste to a temple and 3 towns upon our coast, killing or enslaving those who did not flee, and plundering what little they could. They wore strange armor and fought beneath the banner of the wolf, as if mocking our faith. From the Chronicle of Middenland, depicting the bloodthirsty ravages of the chaos-worshipping Norsemen. The Norse thus returned to their ancestral homeland, the barren wastes they now name NORSCA, and continue to perform their heathen practices, and to bring terror and devastation to the known world. Though SIGMAR subsequently led retaliatory raids upon the Norse after the successful defense of Middenheim, he was only able to inflict damage upon the most southerly coastal settlements, and was incapable of penetrating further into the land's interior. So the Norse were left to recoup their might, and to decide amongst themselves their new tribal boundaries, while eventually reorganizing themselves into the 7 high tribes of which we now know of today. Nonetheless, the Norse would not suffer SIGMAR's depredations lightly. Amongst the many southern tribes the Emperor had put to the sword, one was known as the Talos, one of the many clans that had comprised Cormac Bloodaxe's defeated horde. Their warriors and chieftain, Lord Aetulf, had been slain during the assault of Middenheim. So was this tribe bereaved of protection, with only women, children, and elders left to comprise them. Thus were they easy prey for the raiding fleets of the Empire, and were slaughtered by SIGMAR and his vengeful warriors. All but one remained to mourn the death of the clan, a single Norsci child who had borne witness to the deaths of his family members, and who would, through his grief, rise to become the greatest champion of chaos, the first of the vaunted EVERCHOSEN, MORKAR the Uniter. MORKAR was a warrior of great strength, courage, and vision. His mentor and protector throughout his childhood was the fallen Unberogen warrior turned Norsci champion of Slaanesh, known as Azazel, whose harsh tutelage prepared the child for the harshness of the North. Even the champion of Slaanesh could feel the favor of the gods radiating from the child, and knew it was their will that he foster the boy. As he grew to manhood, MORKAR carved a strong following amongst the tribes of the Norsci, utilizing the gifts the gods had granted him to realize his bloody dreams of vengeance and kingship. The dark gods favored him with their attentions, and soon, resplendent in his blood-stained battle armor, he journeyed north to be crowned by he who crowns the conquerors, Be'lakor, the first of the demon princes. Be'lakor, anger coursing through his veins, found his limbs compelled to place upon the Norseman's head the crown of domination, as a sign of the dark god's favor for him. Thus was MORKAR crowned the first of the Everchosen, the mortal kings of chaos. With his duty carried out, Be'lakor receded back into the shadows of his own madness. Thus did the first true great incursion of chaos begin, an invasion so great as to dwarf the intensity of Cormac Bloodaxe. MORKAR and his followers rampaged southwards upon their wolfships in an orgy of death and destruction, mayhem of such a scale as to cause a resurgence in the shadow of chaos that saw the influence of the dark gods pulsate from both poles, causing demons to break the veil between worlds and take up ranks alongside the hordes of frenzied Norsemen. MORKAR's armies slaughter their way through the Empire, killing all those who stood against him and reaping their wergild. But all MORKAR truly desired was to take vengeance from the master of the Empire himself. MORKAR and SIGMAR soon faced each other in battle, the two savage kings crossing axe and hammer in a titanic clash that shook the mountains themselves. For a day and night did the Northman and Emperor duel, seemingly evenly matched. Though MORKAR the Uniter was mighty beyond all mortal comprehension, SIGMAR himself was also a being far above mortal kith, and his forces were splintered and scattered when the conquering warrior of the North fell under the crushing weight of Gal Maraz. Thus was the first great Chaos incursion defeated by the first champion of light. As time went by, the Norsi began to reintegrate themselves into the north, building their fortresses amidst the icy lands and raising monoliths in honor of the gods and their heroes. As time went by, the Norsi also began looking eastwards to the lands of the Kurgan and Hung, raiding the lands of their neighbors and defending their eastern borders from their incursions. Over the course of the centuries, commerce between the Norse and Kurgan began to grow, as the two peoples began to exchange goods, the Norsemen their masterly crafted steel, and the Kurgan their slaves. Though not particularly close and ever riven by a brutal rivalry, Norse and Kurgan blood nevertheless mixed as the two races began to interbreed, a result of stealing each other's wives on their countless mutual raids. The Norse and Kurgan also began to influence each other culturally, as a result of long-term exposure to each other's practices. Added into this was a corrupted race of men reckoned to have been kinsmen to the humans who were mutated into the very first of the beastmen, whose blood would also mix with that of the mighty Norsi. With the mingling of these races was born a new form of the proud and brutal Norsi, the NORSCANS, and it was not long before they would again stream out of the north with vengeance, seeking to spill blood once more, struck once again by their warrior spirit. The NORSCANS, as they came to be most commonly referred to after settling in the north, have earned a just reputation as relentless warriors, feared throughout the world for their brutality and strength. In the past, they had invaded and conquered parts of the Empire, ruling areas there briefly before they returned to their blasted fastnesses in the far north. The northern provinces of Nordland, Ostland, and the Westerland have proven particularly susceptible to Northcan raids, due in no small part to their highly vulnerable location on the southern shore of the Sea of Claws. The city of Marienburg, in particular, has suffered several invasions at the hands of the chaos-worshipping raiders for generations. The first instance of Marienburg's sacking at the hands of the Norse was in 632 IC, the culmination of many raids that eventually ended with the city being burned to the ground for the first time. The most notable instance of the NORSCAN sackings of Marienburg was in 1109 IC, when High King Ormgard of NORSCA led a chaos horde down from the northern wastes to conquer the empire during the reign of Boris Goldgather. Though Ormgard was defeated, his fleet routed and driven back to NORSCA, and his head taken to Altdorf as a trophy, his son, Snugger Half-Nose, or Snorri Half-Hand, depending on which retelling one reads, yet remained in the south with a horde of bloodthirsty chaos warriors at his back. Snugger led his warriors to ransack the Westerland, eventually besieging the great city of Marienburg, burning the Templewick district in honor of the dark gods, and occupying the city in its entirety, forcing the nobility to either cower on Reikja's Isle or flee. Snugger Half-Nose, or Snorri Half-Hand, then proclaimed himself Jarl of the Vestland, and thus ruled the province as a bloody tyrant. At the same time, the province of Drakvald was under attack by hordes of savage beastmen, causing a great debate to arise in the Emperor's court regarding where his armies were needed most, with each beleaguered province venomously arguing their own case. Locked in politicking and exacerbated further due to Emperor Boris's own indifference to the plight of the provinces, no forces were sent northwards to repel the NORSCANs, allowing them to pursue their violent pillaging unabated for 2 years. With the advent of the Black Plague in 1111 IC, the city of Marienburg soon fell to affliction. Having found a foe even they could not slay, the marauding NORSCANs soon abandoned Marienburg and sailed back to their homeland. In 1850 IC, 7 centuries later, during the age of the 3 emperors, the Chaos fleets of NORSCA made war upon the Westerland, once more raiding along the southern coast of the Sea of Claws, and succeeded in sacking Marienburg for the 4th and final time. Around the same time, the Norse had begun a campaign of violent expansion southwards and had succeeded in conquering the northern imperial province of Nordland, as well as territories of the surrounding provinces, decisively defeating the imperial forces stationed there and enslaving much of the northern imperial populations, while also driving many refugees south to Talabakland and elsewhere. The Empire was incapable of sending forces to liberate Nordland as a result of further political infighting within the court of the then Emperor Mandred Skavenslayer, which left the Nordlanders and their ilk to fend for themselves. As a result, Norscan longships colonized the Nordland coast unimpeded, enslaving the native Jutone population. It has often been remarked that as a result of having lived so long under the Norscans' yoke and the constant shadow of their raids, the people of Nordland have in some ways come to resemble the Chaos Raiders of the Sea of Claws, much to their shame and consternation, for the Nordlanders do indeed share more with the Northmen than they would ever care to admit. It is often said in the Empire that character is in the blood, meaning that the worth of a man draws from his ancestry. As a result, Nordlanders are often held in some suspicion by their fellow Imperials, and seen by some as only one bad day away from turning into the savage barbarians of the North.
The Norse voyages into Lustria.
In 888 IC. The Norscans are seafarers of unmatched skill. Only the mariners of the High Elves could be argued to be their equals in sailing and navigating the turbulent seas of the Old World. Since the age of SIGMAR, they have had a well-established seafaring tradition, and their longships are suited to even the longest voyages. Exploration is a trademark of the Norse tribes, and it is often said that discovering and conquering new lands brings great favor with the dark gods, for to do so is to extend the banner of chaos far and wide. Exploration also brings great personal glory, and the halls of Norscan warriors rock with the songs of men who sailed to distant shores, saw distant lands, and slew and enslaved their inhabitants. Though the High Elves had long attempted to block the rise of any other naval power in order to maintain their mastery of the sea, the Norse quickly broke through their blockades of the great western oceans. Amongst these raiders in particular was the infamous champion Losterikson, who was the first human to cross the great ocean and discover the long-forgotten land of Lustria, the infamous jungle realm now known to be the domain of the cruel Lizardmen. Losterikson had learned of the western land by questioning high elven captives. The Norsemen were fortunate to find that the land they had discovered was not a savage primeval waste, but that a fabulous temple stacked with gold and riches lay not far from their landing. The barbarians ransacked the great temple, plundering it of all riches and slaying whoever stood in their way, roaring their blasphemous battle cries as they did so. The resulting riches made every participant of the raids immensely wealthy, and longships returned to NORSCA laden with gold and plunder. As word got out in the north of the great riches to be found in the New World, many more marauders began to join forces with Losterikson to raid the lands of the Dragonfolk, as the NORSCANs came to refer to the Lizardmen. These successful raids eventually culminated in 888 IC with the establishment of the outpost of Skegi, named for Losterikson's daughter, the first child of the old world to be born in the new. It was not only greedy raiders whom Losterikson had brought with him as he rampaged throughout the coastlines of Lustria, for the Norskans, being fierce men of the far north, carried always with them the names of their dark gods in their hearts. A power not felt in Lustria for many centuries was now stirred once more, and the meditations of the Slan mage priests became deeply troubled as the echoes of the old once's disastrous war against the coming of the dark powers reverberated in the minds of one mage priest to the next. They now faced the dreadful possibility that chaos was abroad in the world once more, its standard carried in the warlike souls of the Norse. Though a mighty champion of chaos, Losterikson was wise enough to avoid direct battle with the Lizardmen, though his descendants would later prove to lack their forefathers' wisdom. More impetuous champions of his time also proved less far-sighted, and also attempted to penetrate further into Lustria's interior. None were ever seen again. One of the more reckless warbands, however, returned from a rather profitable raid on the inner cities, carrying with them hundreds of pounds of gold and a relic of apparently great value. Losterikson realized their misstep when a massive horde of lizard folk streamed out from the jungle and besieged Skegi. Losterikson ordered the settlement's gold to be thrown over the ramparts to the lizards, knowing that they had only come for their precious relics. The lizard folk took that which the warband had stolen and quickly departed the settlement with nary a backward glance. And so the settlement survived and prospered. Far from dissuading the NORSCANs from making the journey to Skeggi, this merely enticed more warriors of chaos to sail from frozen NORSCA to the warmer climes of the south, for the promise of battle is just as tempting to a Norseman as the bright lure of gold. In time, the Chaos Champions of Skeggi sailed back to their homelands, bringing tales of the horrors they had overcome and the profit they had made, causing scores of longships to sweep down and begin raiding the land of the Old Ones. By 954 IC, hundreds of Norse warhordes attempted invasions of the continent, seeking to conquer it for the glory of the gods. The first of these was the raid of Alec Fellclaw, whose horde of Norse marauders marked the first full-scale chaos invasion of Lustria since the fall of the Old Ones. Though his horde was driven back on their longships to the sea, they had succeeded in plundering vast amounts of treasure, and the survivors returned to their tribes as wealthy men indeed.
The invasions of Bretonia.
In 947 to 2421 IC. Orgulous and grim, the Norsemen would not give, for they sought glory or death in the eyes of their bloody gods. The 10th Great Battle of Gilles le Breton and his companions. Though Bretonia is relatively farther from the Chaos Wastes than the Empire, it has nonetheless suffered mightily from the depredations of Norse raiders, who have ever sailed down its rivers to spread destruction and suffering upon the Lady's realm for countless generations. Indeed, the NORSCANs have raided the lands of Bretonia since at least 947 IC, more than 30 years before the establishment of the Bretonian kingdom by Gilles le Breton in 997 IC. It was the attacks of Norscan marauders that led to the extinction of the northern Bretonnia tribes in 947 IC, their attacks isolating those tribes from each other and ravaging their lands utterly. The Norse raids are the most common along the northern dukedoms of Longueuil and Lyonesse, and the constant shadow of Norscan attacks has made the knights of those lands more battle-hardened than most. Thus, the knights of more southerly dukedoms hold the resilience of their northern compatriots in high esteem, and commend them for their efforts in withstanding the Norse invaders. Indeed, all Bretonians know well to fear the Northmen, for beyond their inhuman strength and merciless brutality, the fact the Norscans so willingly tread the path of darkness and openly revel in their damnation is what terrifies the pious folk of the West above all. On certain occasions, the armies of NORSCA succeed in breaking through the defenses of the north and raiding deep inland into the southern dukedoms, such as Couronne. In 2007 IC, Réponse de Lyonesse led her knights to war against the mighty Norscan chaos horde of Karan the Blighted, and succeeded in routing them from the land, though roughly half of all the knights of Bretonia perished in the conflict. In 2521, Norscan longships once again began raiding northern Bretonia, setting countless villages in Lyonesse and Couronne to the torch. One of the most notable instances of a Norscan raid upon Bretonnia is the great raid of Swengar of the Scalings, who attack the great elven-built city of Longwy during the days of Gilles the Uniter. The history of Bretonnia, related by Adelron of Couronne, narrates the coming of the great Norse warhorde. Thousands of warriors, augulous and grim, thirsting for death or glory in the eyes of the great gods, fell upon the city like wolves upon sheep. Gilles le Breton and his companions, riding triumphantly from their previous victories, were aghast to come upon such a terrible sight as the warriors of chaos besieging their realm. Clad in fur and hell-forged steel, the Norsemen met the Bretonians in tempestuous battle. Paying no heed to their own safety, the Norsemen did not back down from the fight and overcame the Bretonian defenders. In desperation, Lord Marcus of Bordelot threw down his knightly gauntlet and challenged Swengar to single combat. "Find victory, or take leave," he cried. Swengar, filled with the martial pride of the Norse, could not refuse the challenge, and ascended to the highest tower in order to face the Bretonian in single combat. Many thousands had already fallen to the whirlwind fury of Swengar's hammers, and he was happy to see Marcus' resolve remain unshaken before him. With a guttural war cry, the Jarl faced the Bretonian lord, their battle lasting for a full day and night, and the elements themselves arcing down from the blackened sky to lend even greater might to Swengar's blows. Alas for the Norsemen, Marcus found renewed strength with the breaking of dawn's light and found an opening in the barbarian warlord's defense, striking a mighty blow that cleaved him in two, sending his corpse down to the sea's watery embrace. Honoring their chieftain's oath, the Norsemen drew up their anchors and unfurled their sails to return to their icy homeland. This was not to be the last of the Norscan raids on Bretonnia, nor even at all the most terrible. Centuries later, Swengar's descendants, the Jarls of the Scaling tribes, most illustrious among them, Egil, Styrbjorn of Strovengard, would unleash terrifying devastation upon the lands of Luen-Leoncoeur.
The War in the Mountains.
From 2302 IC to 2390 IC. In the aftermath of the failed invasion of the Kurgan Asavar Kul, Valmir Aisling rose up to fill the void left by the fallen EVERCHOSEN and declared himself Emperor of Chaos. Such was Valmir's might and power that few contended his grandiose claim. A ruthless and efficient leader of men, brooding and silent save for the occasional and invariably fatal burst of terrifying anger. High King Valmir held a reputation as an uncompromising and bloodthirsty warlord, punishing even the smallest act of cowardice or insubordination with the most brutal tortures he could devise, and hated all non-Norsemen with a terrible passion. To Valmir, the Norse dwarf hold of Krakadrak was an aberration, a canker that had to be torn out with extreme prejudice, for the dwarven citadel had nestled in the northern mountains that he counted as his ancestral homeland. The warlord had striven previously to destroy this blot upon his territory, but had failed when the dwarven defenders had not only weathered his initial attempt to take the hold, but also succeeded in forcing Valmir's armies out of the mountain passes. Incensed by this, Valmir swore vengeance against High King Silverbeard of the Norse dwarfs, and began drawing up plans for a second invasion of Krakadrak. Valmir launched his new invasion at the height of the Norscan summer, a time only slightly less lethal to mortal creatures than the rest of the bleak year, but far more conducive to military campaigning than the terrible Norse winter, for he knew that the heavy snows and blizzards of that season would have served only to slow down his hardy Northman warriors and aid the perfidious dwarven defenders. Valmir gathered tribes of bloodthirsty Norse chaos warriors into 2 great warbands and sent them on a grueling climb over the crests of the mountains, while their fellow tribesmen kept the Krakadrak throngs occupied. The Norse champions fell upon the dwarven gatekeepers from above and poured their still living bodies into the molten heart of the mountain. It was to this that Valmir unveiled the next phase of his ambush, as the mountain valley echoed with the soul-shattering roars of bestial creatures who had been kissed by the favor of Chaos's dark lords. Packs of mutated chaos spawn, feral forsaken, and yet more horrifying beasts that defied easy explanation thundered into the pass, a terrible horde of unclean monstrosities that no son of Grugni had ever seen washed over their defensive positions. With iron courage, the stout dwarves withstood the bestial advance and fought back, beginning a methodical slaughter of the chaos beasts that choked the narrow mountain paths with corpses. Valmir could well afford these losses, for even as the Norse dwarves disposed of the chaos beasts, his elite warriors were inside the hold, continuing their own butchery. The dwarves were thus drawn into a war of attrition that they could not win. In the guttering light of the labyrinth honeycombing the dwarf peak, the Huskarls of Valmir Aisling did battle with the mighty iron breakers of the dwarves, the passageways echoing to the sound of jagged chaos blades bashing against Gromril plate. Eventually, however, the iron breakers themselves were cut down. More and more dwarves charged out from their barracks to meet the Chaos Warriors, but they fared no better, and soon the whole of the dwarven underworld was like some nightmarish afterlife of Norscan myths, a terrible smith that forged only heroes quenched in blood. Outside in the Icicle Pass, the dwarves were faring far better, managing to hold against Valmir's armies. In the skies above, what few gyrocopters the Norse dwarves possessed attempted to bring news of this surprise assault to the outlying Norse dwarf hulls. The skies shook with the blood-curdling roar of a demonic beast, and so did a winged crimson figure sweep down and smash the strange craft asunder. None other than Agask, demon prince ally of Valmir Aisling. Truly, the Norse High King had planned this battle well. Below the aerial duel, Silverbeard had set his oath stone and announced his intention that he would not flee from the battlefield, preferring death to dishonor. The loud cracking of a whip and bestial growls announced the arrival of Valmir himself, taking to the battlefield upon his mighty chariot pulled by 6 hideous and skinless bears. Mighty Valmir rode up to Silverbeard and threw his battle tally at the Dwarf King's feet, a massive handful of the decapitated dwarf heads. Incensed by this affront to his people's honor, Silverbeard roared out his challenge to the Norseman. All around, warriors of either faction, Norse and dwarf alike, held their breath. Long did this duel last, even as the war for the mountain raged all about them. Fully thrice the size of the Dwarf King, Valmir rained blow after earth-shattering blow down upon him, who weathered the assault with astounding resilience. Then, without warning, Valmir stepped back from Silverbeard's O-stone and tilted his head as if hearing something. His great beard parted with an evil grin as the sound of galloping hooves grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the valley began to fill with the sounds of slaughter and the harsh shouts of dying dwarfs. Valmir's allies from beyond Troll Country had arrived, precisely as bidden, galloping into the rear of the dwarven army with crushing force. Caught between the bulk of Valmir's bloodthirsty infantry and the sledgehammer blow of the charging Chaos Knights at the rear, the dwarfs were swiftly cut down and trampled into the snow. Realizing there was but one recourse remaining, Silverbeard gave the order for the wrath of Grimnir to be stoked. With a boom that split the skies like the vengeance of the dwarf god himself, the enormous cannon unleashed its payload. Its target not the Chaos Horde, but the sheer sides of the mountain pass itself. With great, ear-shattering booms, the mountains fell down in great slabs of rock, thundering down in a cataclysmic avalanche that engulfed Norsemen and dwarfs alike. Silverbeard's last sacrifice, which had served to spare the green lands of the south from Valmir's deadly attentions, had also sealed the fate of Kraka-Drak. For in the dark depths of the mountains, Valmir and his Huskarls fought on, grimly and methodically slaughtering the dwarf folk who had thought themselves safe. Though it took many decades of bitter fighting, Valmir and his closest followers had succeeded in wiping Kraka-Drak from the annals of history. Albeit posthumously, the Emperor of Chaos had fulfilled his oath.
The Gore Queen's Raiders.
In 2398 IC.
Blood for the Blood God.
The traditional cornet battle cry. The Norscan tribes have ever been the bane of the Empire's northernmost provinces. Since even before the age of Sigmar, they have raided and ravaged the northern shores, burning and plundering the villages of the oft-beleaguered Nordlanders. In 2398 IC, Falkia, the Gore Queen, and Shield Maiden of Khorne came upon her fellow Norsemen and sounded the call to make war once again upon the people of Nordland. By her murderous will, the tribes of NORSCA fell upon the Empire, their only desire to slaughter for the glory of the Blood God. Neither man, nor woman, nor child nor even chattel would be spared sacrifice to the god of war. Zaltzenmund did not spare soldiers to defend the northern marches from the NORSCAN invasion. The villagers were forced to look to their own defences, led by a brave fisherman known as Harald Dreitzacker, who gathered a ragtag fleet to patrol the Sea of Claws, ever anxious for the sight of the NORSCAN's blood-red sails on the horizon. As Geheimnistag came and cold winds began blowing, the people of Nordland let out a collective shudder of relief. For the break of winter marks the end of the NORSCAN raiding season. The Nordlanders thus turned their efforts to the long process of rebuilding. But barely 3 days after the first breaking of winter, the NORSCANs returned to play out their last acts of brutality and carnage. The Gore Queen and her Huskarls fell upon the city of Dietershafen, and great was the slaughter they brutally unleashed. The NORSCANs massacring the inhabitants with vicious abandon. Harold quickly marshalled his ships to intercept the raiders at anchor, but with a single throw of Slopnir, Falkia smashed their entire fleet to bloody kindling. All was thought lost, and had it not been for the timely arrival of a steel-clad dwarven dreadnought, all spewing steam and cannon fire, the end would have surely been in sight for the province of Nordland. It is not known what drew the ship or its hardy dwarven crewmen, but whatever the case, it must have surely settled a mighty grudge, for the dwarven mariners were able to drive back the NORSCAN raiders, routing their longships back to NORSCA. The people of Nordland had further cause to rejoice when it was found that Harald Dreitzacker had narrowly survived the sinking of his ship and washed ashore on Nordland's coasts. Though the NORSCAN fleet was routed, there was little to no sign of the Gore Queen herself, whether it was the sight of her wolf ship sailing to safety or that of her demonic corpse. The favoured consort of the dreaded NORSCAN god of war. It is said in the sagas of the Norse tribes that the blood god himself saw fit to bring Falkia back from death, and remade her anew with the gift of demonhood. The Lord of Battles is thus loath to allow this favoured servant to fall, for it is Falkia who is said to choose the slain warriors of the north to be reborn again in the halls of Khorne, that they might fight on in glorious battle for all eternity, thereby peopling Khorne's malignant realm with warriors to carry on the eternal war he so adores. Khorne's winged servant is thus well known to all warriors of the north, and so the ferocity of such barbarian warriors is heightened and bolstered even further by her presence. For to live forever in the halls of the blood god is an honor beyond all others. History would later prove that the Gore Queen survived this battle, and so it was that the outcome of the invasion was naught but a Pyrrhic victory for the Empire. For while the people of Nordland did their utmost best to prepare for the coming winter, many hundreds of strong working men had been slaughtered by the NORSCANs during the raids, and the northern marauders had also burned many storehouses and fields. Necessity thus drove the courageous Harald to make the journey southwards to Zaltzenmund, in order to beseech the nobility to provide for their beleaguered subjects. However, he never returned from his journey. Some say he was slain by spies of the vengeful Norsemen, while others clamour with angry voices that he was assassinated by the agents of the nobles who felt threatened by the fisherman's rising clout. Regardless, with Harald's death, no aid came south from Zaltenmund, meaning that only the hardiest folk of this harsh province survived the winter of 2398. In addition to the massive devastation the Norse warriors had wreaked upon Nordland, their coming had also sown the seeds of dissension and rebellion in the hearts of the commoners towards the nobility. In the aftermath of the raids and Harald's mysterious demise, certain groups began forming with the intent to overthrow the nobility, citing their indifference during the Norse raids and general corruption as reasons they had to be brought low. These events inflamed the already great civil unrest within Nordland, and brought the province that much closer to an inevitable civil war. Khorne, more so than his fellow Chaos Gods, is said to take particular pleasure in anarchy and disorder, as such occurrences intensify the prospects of battle and bloodshed. It is thus thought by some that the NORSCANS alone of all the parties of this conflict were the true victors. For Khorne cares not from whence blood flows, and so neither do his followers.
The Battle of Nordland Fjord.
In 2502 IC. Shortly after the coronation of the Reichland Prince, Karl Franz, to the position of Emperor, Norse tribes once again gathered for a great raid upon the soft lands of the south. Led by preeminent warlords of the far north, among whom was Gutrod Spoom, Jarl of the Dragonbone tribe and champion of Nurgle. Never an idle man, the Emperor gathered his armies to aid Count Theodoric Gauser in repelling the warriors of Chaos. Initially, Karl Franz appeared to abandon his brother Count, leaving the beleaguered armies of Nordland to the fury of the demon-worshipping Norsi. But his apparent retreat had in fact been a clever ploy to gain the support of Tsarina Katarine of Kislev. The Reichland prince had rescued the Kislevarin from the depredations of a Norscan marauder band that had waylaid her and her retinue several leagues away, and had carried her to the battlefield aloft upon his personal griffin Deathclaw. Tsarina Katarine, a powerful practitioner of the native magics of her people, cast a spell that froze the Bay of Nordland in its entirety, preventing yet more Norscan wolfships from making landfall and reinforcing their kinsmen. The aid of the Ice Witch allowed the coward Karl Franz to engage the marauder warbands one by one, isolating the horde and driving the Norscan warriors from the Empire. No sooner than when his war machines reduced the Norscan wolfships to kindling had the Emperor taken his armies and returned back to Reichland in the far south, albeit leaving a company of his personal guard, the much-vaunted Knights of the Reichsguard, to aid Count Theodoric in the mop-up operation. The newly ascended emperor had only intervened in the fighting in order to prove his strength to those electors who had spoken out and decried his taking of the throne. With the laurel of victory secured, the southern prince had no desire to remain in the north, and believed the Norsemen vanquished. A foolish belief, for the warriors of the north do not accept defeat willingly, and were readying themselves for another stand against their foes. Even more troubling, Guthrod Spume had survived the battle, and somehow found his way back to his tribe in NORSCA. Raging at his defeat at the Reichlanders' hands, Guthrod Spume made his oath before the Father Nurgle that he would one day return to the south and take his vengeance. At the Nordland coast, near the town of Hargendorf, Count Theodoric Gausa gathered a new army of levies to drive out the last of the Norscan tribes that yet remained of the once mighty horde vanquished by France, the Scaling clan. Amongst his forces was Kurt Helborg, then a preceptor of the Reiksguard, and a small contingent of Reichguard brother knights. Helborg and his warriors had pleaded with the Count to pull back to the town of Hargendorf and draw the Norscans to a siege they could not hope to win, for their defensive position and the fragility of the winter ice made a direct assault upon them a most risky endeavour. The hot-headed Nordland ruler had dismissed the concerns of the Reiksguard, for he would not disgrace his ancestors and land by fleeing from the northern invaders. For centuries, the Nordlanders had fought the Norsemen, giving their lives against the ruinous tribes in order to defend the soft, southern states of the Empire. He would carry on the fight just as his predecessors had, but this would prove to be a terrible error. The Scaling tribesmen readied themselves into a shield wall, and had used the battered beams of their fell longships to construct a ruinous war altar to the Chaos Gods in order to catch a measure of their favour for the difficult battle ahead. Among their numbers were heavily armoured Chaos warriors, hulking, axe-wielding champions clad in arcane sets of ruinous plate, standing shoulder to shoulder with their lightly armoured fellow tribesmen. Though the Imperials had attempted to goad the Norscans from their fortified position into a frontal charge, they had proved far more disciplined than expected, and merely kept their calm with their backs to the sea and the Emperor's army marching towards them. The archers and crossbowmen could not hope to pierce their heavy darkwood shields, and so the Nordlanders were forced to advance, going on the offensive in order to drive the Norscans back to their foul longships. To meet them charged forth frenzied youngbloods, stripped to the waist and covered with woad, screaming oaths to the dark gods and hurling blackened axes and javelins that slammed into the advancing block of halberdiers, causing the first ranks to fall over dead in an instant. Shamans cowled in furs and leathers hurled forth bloated heads at the charging ranks of Nordlanders, the grisly projectiles breaking apart on contact and enveloping the enemy in a demonic mist that had men clawing out their own throats in horrifying agony. To force the Scalings down the hill had taken the better part of an hour, the unexpected discipline of the Norse marauders winning out. For all the Norscans' valour, however, they were too few, and Gausa's army began to win out with its greater numbers. The shield wall slowly disintegrated as lightly armored tribesmen fell and mighty champions fought desperately to close the gaps in the wall. Yet, nonetheless, the NORSCANs had still chosen their battlefield well, and just as the Nordlanders began to gain on the retreating scalings, the thin ice under their ranks had shattered under the weight of so many armored warriors, ushering many a Nordlander to a watery grave. Within moments, the regiment became panicked and disorderly, while the scalings howled and hooted at their foes' predicament and went back on the offensive, quickly forcing the Nordlanders back down the hill over a carpet of their dead. Once more the shield wall opened, allowing the frenzied youngbloods to pour out and again slake their lust for violence upon the prone and cowering men. Their advantage of numbers stripped from them by the terrain. The Nordlanders were soundly defeated by the brutal Norsemen. The Reiksguard charged to salvage something from the situation, but their efforts proved futile. Though the shield lines of the scalings wavered at the charge of the heavy cavalry, they did not break, and the Norse began to push back, as their massive axes and hammers smashed the knights from their saddles. However, the second charge of the knights finally broke the shield wall and drove the Norskans back. Yet, despite this, there was still no victory. The scaling horde began to pull back into the bog over a field of Nordlander dead, even while groups of marauders were already forming on the flanks of the Reiksguard. The knights could not hold the centre, and the day was lost. 200 Nordland soldiers and 1 Reiksguard knight were amongst the casualties the Nordland army suffered in their ill-fated attempt to drive the scaling warband from their shores. Thus it was Count Theodoric was forced to pull back his army in defeat back to the town of Hagendorf. Thus were the scalings victorious.
Lord Mortkin's invasion of Ostland.
In 2515 IC. They came out of the north, bringing with them fire and ruin. Not since the great war against chaos had the Empire seen so furious an invasion from the barbarian worshippers of the dark gods. Is this war a madman's quest for revenge, or is it the beginning of the end? Anonymous. The NORSCANs, being fearsome barbarians born of the Shadowlands, are most feared and reviled for their monstrous faith, and the sheer bloody-minded fanaticism with which they carry the warlike banner of chaos. Indeed, whenever the shadow of chaos extends from out of the blasted wastes, the Norse are among the first to heed the will of the gods and leave their homes in force, sweeping into the southern lands, killing all before them and burning that which they cannot loot. During which many great champions step forward to command the armies of the north. Among the greatest of these warriors was the Norse warlord, Lord Morkin, who in 2515 IC led a chaos horde of terrifying power in order to ravage the entirety of the northeastern empire. So great was this army that it even rivaled the massive legions that had once marched at the command of the ever-chosen Asavar Kul. The chieftain of the horde, Mordkin himself, was a warlord perhaps even greater than Kul himself, a steel-clad jarl of numberless Norse tribes and lord of countless iron-sheathed champions of chaos. This Chaos Lord was the chosen vessel for the ruinous will of the Dark Gods, invested with their greatest blessings that he might carry out the doom of all civilization. Yet Mordkin cared little for such divine favor, for his greatest desire was but to slake his thirst for revenge upon the Ostlanders for the destruction Count Valmir von Raukov and his son had visited upon countless Norscan coastal villages. Many are the lords of chaos who seek the honor of carrying out the will of the gods when the realm of chaos waxes and a champion must be called. But some of the mightiest of these warrior kings did not join the clash. Archaon the Dark Templar had long strived on the path to becoming Chaos's greatest champion, but he was yet abroad with his swords of chaos, searching for the treasures of the dark gods, and so his fate was yet undecided. Quixiom, the two-headed sorcerer, had clothed himself in magical beguilement and sought tutelage from the demon-aided sorcerer lords of mighty Araby. Only Lord Mordkin, master amongst the red-handed reavers of the Chaos Wastes, was present to heed the demands of the gods, and even he was mired in a terrible gloom. For as news of the destruction of coastal villages spread across the northern wastes, so too did they reach the ears of the Black Iron Reaver. It was by fiendish chance that among the villages that had been put to the sword was the coastal town of Ulfenik, which was Mordkin's own birth village. So it was that numbering among the many savage oaths of vengeance and destruction that were preferred up to the northern powers was that of Mordkin himself, the Black Iron Reaver. The Chaos Lord had sealed himself within his mighty fortress in the deepest wilds of NORSCA, and there he raged. He swore to all the dark gods that his vengeance would be great, that the Southmen would reap the horrors they had sown, and that when all was said and done, he would claim his wergild from the blood and flesh of Oleg von Raukov. In that instance, the dark gods laid their greatest blessings upon Mordkin and raised him up as a dark avatar of their will. Pious in the ways of the Norse, Mordkin venerated each of the dark gods in equal measure. But he was ever his own man, ever looking after his own affairs, even before matters of faith. Though the gods were wary of investing their favor in a man who was so uncertain to carry out their will, none amongst their company doubted Mordkin's worthiness as a warrior and champion. For it was Mordkin who cast down the leprous council, a terrible cabal of matchless Nurglite sorcerers, single-handed. It was Mordkin who through cunning and will matched wits with the mighty dragon Skullx the Great, and bounded the ancient creature to his will. And it was Mordkin who overcame a mighty two-headed giant in an honest test of strength, and who earned the grudging respect of Khorne's shield maiden, Falkia the Bloody, when he fought her to a standstill in personal combat. With the pact made, when next the Chaos Lord stepped from his hall, it was with a single-minded purpose: to end the pointless bickering that had riven his people apart and lead the Norsemen to victory over the Empire once more. The attacks of 2515 IC were unlike anything seen in the Empire's recent memory. Encouraged by the rampant winds of chaos, an army of Norse tribes descended down across the Sea of Claws and put countless towns along the Nordland coast ablaze, though it was neither large nor bold enough to threaten the major cities further inland. Another, even larger host of Norskans then plunged southwards on a broad front through Kislev, causing a swath of destruction. Although much of the horde's momentum had dissipated on the endless steppe, some bands of marauders managed to slip past the defences of the Ostfords and wrought great havoc within the northeastern imperial province of Ostland. The third and most devastating of these preliminary attacks was led by the Slaneshi warlord Prince Sigvald the Magnificent. Sigvald's army of frenzied, debased raiders blazed through the lands of Kislev and Ostland in a 3-month rampage until it was finally blunted at the Temple of Skulls by a coalition of imperial armies that had marched north to Ostland's aid when Oleg von Raukov, ruling the state in his father's absence, sent forth an urgent plea for help. Regardless, these attacks were nothing more than a mere foreshadowing of the terror to come. The true and terrible heart of the invasion, the massive Norscan warband known as the Black Iron Reavers, the personal warhorde of Lord Morkin himself, who stood at the mighty army's head, began marching from the depths of South NORSCA, intent on ravaging the lands of the Empire. A king of kings, favored scion of chaos, and leader of many tribes, his was the mightiest army to cross the boundaries of the Empire for an age. Fear ran before Mordkin, and in his wake he left naught but smoking ruin and butchered offerings to the gods. Mordkin led his army from NORSCA, pushing south through Troll country until finally entering Kislev in the far south. Absorbing tribes of Norskans raiding from their holdings in the area, as well as newly materializing demons into their ranks, Mordkin's armies swelled to even greater proportions. The hordes first fell upon the nomadic horse tribes of the Ungauls, who, while able to keep on the move and avoid danger for a time, soon found themselves surrounded by discordant tribes of warriors so numerous that they were quickly hemmed on all sides and hacked apart. Keeping his army unified through iron will and aided by the whispered council of demons, Mordkin pushed ever onwards to Ostland, decimating everything in his path. Oleg von Raukov gathered his levies and the garrisons of the Ostforts and joined up with his longtime ally Pyotr Sergeyev, a Kovnik captain of Kislev and his company, intent upon meeting the Norscan armies on the northern side of the river Linsk and defeating them before they could penetrate into the Empire itself. Mordkin's spearhead smashed Oleg von Raukov at the banks of the river Linsk and sent his battered army retreating back to the Ostfords. With this crushing defeat, the reckless heir to the Ostland throne finally realized that this was no mere warm weather raid, but an invasion capable of wiping his home province off the map. Oleg von Raukov had further cause to fear, for during his father's war in the north, his had been the hand that had destroyed Mordkin's birth village of Ulfenik. So did rumors begin to surge throughout the remnants of the province that the Black Iron Reaver was searching specifically for the Ostland High Lord, putting blood-chilling fear into Oleg von Raukov's heart. In their search for the Ostland Prince, Mordkin's savage army wiped out the cities of Bosenfels, Zundap, and Klodberg from the face of Ostland. Klodberg specifically having been subjected to such a horrible end as to make even the hardiest soldiers of the Empire weep freely. It was Mordkin who tore down the ancestral seat of the von Raukov noble house, Castle von Raukov, destroying the venerable citadel and slaying all of Count Valmir's retainers. Even the Count's wife, Ivana von Raukov, was lost to the tender mercies of the Northmen when the castle fell. Oleg and his brother Vasily were able to escape the massacre, however, and flee southwards to the fortified city of Volganov, the most heavily defended fastness in all of Ostland. Upon hearing where the young lord had fled, Mordkin gathered the spearheads of his mighty army together and began a forced march to the imperial stronghold of Volganov. To the harsh blaring of war horns did Mordkin emerge from the massed ranks of his countrymen, flanked on either side by fell lieutenants. Such figures of might and power on their own could have wrought great devastation upon the lands of men, but here they were, subservient to this one northern king. Mounted atop his mighty juggernaut, a gift from the Norse blood god in thanks for many bounteous slaughters enacted, the massive, armoured form of the NORSCAN was wreathed in an aura of magic so blasphemous that to look upon him scarred an onlooker to his very soul. In an iron voice, the Northmen boomed his ultimatum to the cowering men of Volganov.
Surrender von Raukov to me, or I will crush your city. All of Volganov will die. I swear to the gods, your suffering will be great. You have a single day to decide your fate.
Though it was tempting, given the massive numbers at the Chaos Lord's command, the Ostlanders refused to give up their beloved Count's son. "A wolf at the door is still a wolf," came the old Ostland saying, and the wolves of the north do not give up their sport. The next day, when Mordkin returned for Volganov's response, he was answered not by a human voice, but with the roar of cannon fire, and so the battle was joined. Mordkin raised his axe, flames coming alive across the blade. At this signal, the Norscan warbands plunged forth, black armoured champions at their fore. At the southern wall, his demon host of carnate abominations fought with frenzied abandon to carry the battlements and take the city from the rear. At the same time, Mordkin held in check the matchless fury of his own fell legion, awaiting the right moment to strike. With the demon host's downfall and with his armoured form now filled to bursting with dark energies, Mordkin finally took to the fray. At last, the Norscan king and his fell legion took to battle under tattered banners of black and red, and none could stand against them. The Crimson Reapers, the king's own Huskarls, made quick work of all who stood in their way, hacking men apart with hideous ease with their mighty battle axes. And Lord Mordkin himself slew dozens with every swipe of his mighty axe. Realizing his counter-army was crumbling quickly under the fury of the Northerners, Oleg von Raukov could not keep his army from retreating back to the walls, and soon was left with only his own Scarlet Bull's great sword regiment to aid him on the battlefield. When Mordkin saw Oleg von Raukov on the field, death was in his gaze. With a roar, he slaughtered his way to meet the Ostlander in battle, leaving hundreds of bloody corpses in his wake. Though Oleg von Raukov was a mighty warrior, not even a hero as great as he had it within his power to defeat a beast such as Mordkin. 3 times did Oleg strike Mordkin, each blow which could have killed an ordinary man barely registered upon the hulking form of the Norse king. Having easily weathered the smaller man's desperate flurry of attacks, Mordkin lifted his axe and readied an assault of his own. With a blow that could have felled a giant, Lord Mordkin smote von Raukov, whose body crumbled almost to dust with the Norscan's blow. Although mortally wounded, the valiant man arose and attempted to fight on, but the cruel Norscan smashed him down to the ground with a single strike before proceeding to crush the life out of him with an iron heel. Though it would pass like all things, Mordkin would glut his savage soul upon Oleg von Raukov's suffering as long as he could. When the Ostland prince at last breathed his last ragged breath, justice and vengeance was at last exacted. Having accomplished what he had set out to do, and with little desire to play out the role the gods had decreed for him, Mordkin threw down his axe and lifted his great helm from his bearded head.
"Wergild is paid," he bellowed. "Let Volganov burn to repay my home of Ulfanek. Never again shall I return there. My saga is ended, and I chose now to die as a man. My will, my own. I go now, perhaps too late, to the halls of my fathers."
With this proclamation, the fell light died out around Mordkin, the bitter gods perhaps taking back that which they had given. The Crimson Reapers, his personal guard, bore witness to their beloved Jarl falling under the vengeful halberds of the Scarlet Curse, the Ostland regiment serving Vasily von Raukov, brother to the felled Oleg. Mad with grief, the Reapers slaughtered the curse to a man and carried the body of their liege lord within the now burning city, set alight by the victorious looting and pillaging of Mordkin's army. Amidst the fire and flames, they formed a protective wall around their king, slaughtering any who dared to approach as they mourned him with furious shedding of blood and anguished howls of sorrow, even going so far as to slay fellow Norsemen who accused them of cowardice. Though the horde of Mordkin had later been driven back to the north by the timely arrival of the Reichsguard and the returned Valmir von Raukov, their victory had been hollow and pyrrhic. For Ostland had been ravaged, her sons lay dead in their thousands, and her mightiest cities now a flaming ruin. A funeral pyre for a fallen king, a fire so mighty as to reach up and blind the gods themselves. A fitting end to the saga of Lord Mordkin of NORSCA.
the inhabitants of NORSCA.
From the harsh snowlands they come, blue of eye and blonde of hair, and tattooed upon arms, face and chest. Their eyes are mad with bloodlust, for blood they thirst, driven forth on the whims of the gods they seek to appease. Clad in few garments, and wielding clumsy and brutal axes and maces, they rage against the civilized lands of the south, burning, pillaging, and looting all before them as a sacrifice to their uncaring masters beyond the gates of hell in the northern wastes. The Liber Chaotica, penned by Richter Kleiss, a priest of SIGMAR, declared insane. The NORSCANs are a distinctive race, forged of the hardiest of mortal stock, and possessed of tall, broad frames and extremely muscular builds. The songs and legends of the world describe them as nigh unstoppable, and those who have borne witness to the fury of a berserking Norseman will carry the sight onto their graves. Towering in height and thick of bone and steely muscle, the strength of the NORSCANs is rightly regarded as legendary. The NORSCANs tend to keep long hair and almost universally cultivate large, wild beards, as they regard shaving as an effeminate practice. Norsemen tend to have pale, weather-beaten skin and red or blonde hair, though darker hair colors such as black and brown are not rare amongst them. NORSCAN warriors are known to festoon talismans and other arcane items upon their person. These include the fangs of mighty beasts, the heads of powerful enemies, and runic talismans that are thought to invoke the power of the dark gods. NORSCANs also bear various tattoos and ritualistic scarifications that openly display their fanatical dedication to the northern gods. A superstitious and fiercely pious folk, the Northmen believe in all manner of portents, signs, and omens. Every NORSCAN, from highest champion to simplest marauder, will carry a trinket or two to ward off the evil eye and bring about the favor of the gods. These trinkets range from simple, even innocuous talismans to rare items of grave and dire power. Simple charms like a rabbit's foot, a clump of hair from a sorceress hag, or a raven's beak etched with magic runes are all examples of the fetishes the Northmen wear in order to ward off evil. Other more esoteric items are thought to be far more powerful. It is said that the dry tongue of a plague bearer bestows one mastery over all disease, that the tooth of a flesh hound will grant a warrior great strength and bravery, and that the eye of a cockatrice will flood one's path with wealth and precious gems. Whether these charms truly possess such power is irrelevant, for the Norse find through them the strength to conquer. And what more can men ask of folklore and tradition? The people of the Empire know the Norse as those who sail their feared longships to attack the southern lands, clad in fur and steel. A fierce race whose sons love nothing better than to charge into battle wielding mighty axes. When winter slackens its iron grip on the north, the wolf ships and dragon ships of the Norse invariably set sail, raiding southwards, westwards, and eastwards in search of glory. The only warning of the NORSCANs' attacks is the harsh blaring of war horns and the shouted oaths to the dark gods, whose names lesser men dare not speak. And so it has always been, as told by the fathers of the eldest who now live. None can remember a time when the lands of the south were not ravaged by the men of the north. For centuries, these bloodthirsty marauders from above the Sea of Claws have always targeted Kislev and the northernmost lands of the Empire. The raids of the Norsemen have become increasingly brutal and deadly as the taint of chaos has spread across the northern wastes of their homelands. In times gone by, these battle-hardened Norsemen, alongside their Kurgan allies, would forcibly settle the lands they jointly conquered, often taking a local wife from amongst the conquered population, thus mixing their bloodlines with those of the old world and extending the banner of chaos ever southwards. Over time, as the grip of the chaos gods upon the world has increased, their influence in the Northlands has increased exponentially. The taint of chaos is ever increasing and has ever been strongest in the north, due to its proximity to the gateway to the realm of chaos that lies at the northernmost point of the world. For this reason, the hard warriors of NORSCA have ever worshipped the dark gods of chaos, even if the names of these gods have been twisted and reflected through the lenses of the countless clans of the Norse. While all tribes recognize the chaos gods as their masters, they may pray and shout and perceive them by names different from those that scholars and sorcerers know them. Ultimately, however, it is always the ruinous powers who are listening and responding to their cries. Thus, raids from the north seek not only to take gold, women, and food for the sake of survival, but also to shed blood for the gods. Whenever the fur-cloaked warriors of NORSCA emerge from their dreaded longships, their objective may not be to simply pillage, but to kill, maim, and destroy in the myriad names of the Chaos Gods. The Norsemen are in a constant state of warfare, both amongst themselves and the other northern races. Most of all, they are in a perpetual state of war with the so-called civilized lands of the south. Almost every aspect of Norscan belief and culture teaches them to hate the people and gods of the south, to know that their annihilation is their first and greatest duty to their own gods. As a result, the Norscans are known to their neighbors as a militant race, constantly gearing and girding themselves for conflict. In ice-bound Kislev, where the border is less constant than the sea, Norscan raids are never-ending and staggering in their unbridled ferocity, so much so that Tsarina Katarine has had to drastically reinforce the garrisons and defenses of both Prague and Erengrad. Despite the dogged determination of the Kislevites, the Norse have blazed through the realm of the Ice Queen on countless occasions, razing the cities of the Gospodars without fail. Worse, with rumors swirling in the icy north of a dark lord seeking to unite the tribes of chaos into an invisible whole, the peoples of the south huddle in frightened corners, dreading the terror the mighty Norsemen shall bring down upon them. Yet, in spite of their unbridled savagery, a few facets of society do remain, namely honor and loyalty, particularly to one's kinsmen and elders. Few Northmen dare to displease their chieftains and tribal elders, for doing so risks being thrown into the wilds, with little hope of being accepted by another tribe, as anything other than a thrall at any rate. Battle and faith are at the heart of Norse society. The tribes live for war and the shedding of blood, and the rivalries between them provide ample opportunity for it. For instance, the Aeslings have long been foes to the Bersonlings to their south. It is the same between the Aesling and the Zarls, the latter blood feud eventually erupting into the legendary Battle of Skulls, where the Aesling king Thorgald was slain by the legendary Chaos champion Wulfric the Wanderer of the Sal tribe. Similarly, the Bjornlings are at regular loggerheads with the Greylings and so on. Men in Norse society earn standing by being great warriors, and thus earning the favor of the dark gods as a result. Raids from the north are thus undertaken in part so that young men may advance in honor in the eyes of their fellow tribesmen and, more importantly, the Chaos gods. Slaying the weakling warriors of the south, despoiling the temples of southern gods, and carrying prisoners back to the north to be sacrificed upon pyres and altars dedicated to Chaos all serve to advance a Norseman's renown. Oral traditions and sagas are also important in Norscan society, deeply intertwined with the aforementioned needs for social standing, renown and honor. It is the dream of nearly every Norseman to have the deeds of his life remembered and feared by all through their recording in the sagas sung by the skull chanters. Most of the warriors commemorated in the sagas are legendary, some even near mythical, champions of chaos. Some sagas are even written in the honor of whole tribes who committed glorious feats of strength, such as the saga of the Gore Hunt tribe. Personal and tribal honor are highly integral to most Norskans, and most feuds among the tribes can likely be traced back to a breach against a man's personal honor by a person from the other tribe, though who did what exactly will likely depend on which side of the conflict one asks. The Norsemen guard their prestige jealously, and are even willing to endure horrific torture and long-lasting injury if it means their honor is protected.
The Norscan tribes.
Certainly, there are conflicting views about the Norsemen. On the one hand, they are merchants and traders, interested in dealing fairly with their neighbors. But, on the other hand, they are fierce and bellicose people who raid and steal as they like, extorting gold and silver for not sacking our coastal communities. The reason for this somewhat contradictory nature is that Norsemen, though mostly of similar form and appearance, are not just a single people, but rather consist of many tribes, and their attitudes differ a great deal between each tribe. To comprehend the Norsemen character, one must first understand who they are, where they live, and the fundamental motivations of the Norsemen people. From Xavier Pfaff, a Middenheim historian. The Norskans, as a single, cohesive people, do not exist. Indeed, the very term Norscan is an imperial labeling. They are instead divided into various numerous tribal confederations that are as much at war with each other as they are with the Kurgan and Hung tribes to the east or the Empire to the south. These various Norse tribes are often nations unto themselves, possessing varying pantheons of gods, traditions, heroes, and tribal dialects. Those tribes living within the northern reaches of NORSCA are often fierce worshippers of chaos, and are the most common to take part in the Chaos God's wars upon the civilized world. The southern tribes are somewhat milder than their northern counterparts. While they raid and plunder just as much as the rest of their kin, it is from these tribes that the ideals of trade and cooperation have begun to take root, albeit shakily. When not waging war against the southern realms, these tribes often trade exotic furs, metals, and their service as mercenaries to employers in cities such as Marienburg. However, all Norse are united by a shared ancestry and a mutual veneration of the four Dark Lords of Chaos, and as such, when the gods speak and command war to be made against the Empire, the southern tribes take up the call as readily as their more northerly kinsmen. To refuse the call of the gods is the greatest dishonor a tribe can bring unto itself, and is often seen by other Norskans as grounds for annihilation. The most numerous of the Norscan tribes are as follows: the Acelings, the Greylings, the Vargs, the Zals, the Bjornlings, the Scalings, and the Bersonlings. There are also lesser tribes comprising them, such as the Gore-Hunt, the Snegger, the Swordsviner, the Iron Pelt, the Brenuns, the Crow Brothers, the Wolf-Claw, the Storm Ravens, the Worm-Kin, the Kinslayers, the Beast-Flayers, the Black Axes, the Fjordlings, and so on. The tribe forms the very core of Norscan identity. A Norseman will never identify himself as such. He will instead identify himself based on his tribal lineage. For instance, an Aceling will always think of himself as an Aceling, for their only loyalty is to their family, kinsmen, and to the Dark Gods. Being divided into countless tribal affiliations, there exist many important differences that mark each tribe as being unique, with particular customs and beliefs that serve to set them apart from other men of their country. For instance, one particular clan of Scalings may dress in cloaks of bear skin and reindeer hide, and paint over their steel armor with blood, and grip mighty axes and spears in honor of corn. On the other hand, a tribe of Acelings may be dressed in checkered surcoats and wear brass-studded collars while wielding brutal long axes in honor of the same deity. Norscan warriors are thus as diverse as they are lethal.
NORSCAN Society.
NORSCAN society is comprised of distinct tribes that venerate their ancestors and their respective visions of the Chaos Gods. Yet, nonetheless, each tribe is stratified along similar social structures. The Norse tribes are each ruled by a king who distributes hunting grounds and territory to his lords, who are known as Jarls. The Jarls, in turn, bestow gifts and favor upon their sworn warriors, who are known as bondsmen. Warriors occupy the most vaunted and esteemed place in Norse society, due to the warlike mien of the northern tribes and their insatiable lust for blood. The rest of NORSCAN society consists of the elderly, though it is quite common for elder warriors to command immense respect among their fellow tribesmen, due to their renown and experience in combat. The infirm and the women. At the very bottom rung of NORSCAN society lie the thralls, slaves taken in raids for use as menial labor, as consorts, and worse, as sacrifices to appease the dark hunger of the Chaos Gods. The most powerful and fearsome of Norsemen are the Dark Kings of this wild land. Most kings begin their careers as Jarls, but occasionally one can inherit the title from his father. There is a divide in the methods of royal succession between the northern and southern parts of NORSCA. In the north, kings are invariably victors of blood-drenched trials by combat, where all claimants battle each other in order to determine who among them is the greatest warrior and most favored by the Dark Gods. In the south, however, the transition of power is generally somewhat smoother, but still fraught with violence, as the new king must still slay his rivals in combat to ensure his power and prove his worthiness before both the gods and his kinsmen. All kings of NORSCA bear upon them marks of the Dark Gods, indicating outwardly that they have been blessed by their patron deities with incredible power and might. These marks are also an indication of the king's right to rule, for he must have already proven himself as a mighty warlord in order to attract the eyes of the gods in such a profound way. Celebrated Chaos Champions, the kings of NORSCA are amongst the most deadly warriors in the entire world, and prove the legends of their dark might in war time and time again. At times, certain exceptionally powerful kings can rise to unite multiple tribes or even all of NORSCA under their banners. This individual is known as the High King. To date, there have only been a small number of individuals with the sheer strength and will required to become High Kings, such as High King Ormgard, High King Valmir Aisling, and High King Eric Redax. Next up, the Jarls. Jarls are powerful chieftains loyal to their tribal kings. In exchange for their oaths of fealty and friendship, the king grants his Jarls hunting grounds, warriors, thralls, and treasures. Jarls are the absolute masters of their lands, but are expected to be subservient to their kings, who tend to punish disobedience with swift and terrible retribution. When the winds of war blow, a Jarl is bound by oath and honor to come to the aid of his king and lend his warriors to the cause. Should a king die without an heir to succeed him, the Jarls will invariably fight a savage contest to determine who shall succeed him. Whilst it is expected that Jarls are utterly loyal to the monarchs, it is also expected that in times of weak leaders, that a strong Jarl will slay his lord and take the throne of the tribe for himself. This is a risky act in the best of times, however, for such a coup is likely to invite retribution from the king's followers, particularly his sons, who are expected to take brutal vengeance upon their father's murderers. Many Jarls tend to be chaos champions of a certain type, being often afflicted with mutations and enhancements that show that they have the favor of the dark gods. Though they are generally not as individually deadly as kings, Jarls are nonetheless terrifying forces on the battlefield. There also exist among Jarls highly powerful and exceptional individuals known as High Jarls, powerful champions and warlords who rule over large and powerful cities of the north. They command massive armies, able to bring to bear thousands of warriors and savage beasts culled from the darkest nightmares. Only one High Jarl is known, Egil Styrbjorn, champion of Khorne and High Jarl of the scaling city of Strovengard.
The gods compel us to murder, but I do it freely.
From a NORSCAN. The NORSCANs are a warrior race of the highest caliber, and so it is unsurprising that warriors form the vast majority of the NORSCAN tribes. While all NORSCANs are skilled to at least some extent in warcraft, becoming a true warrior in NORSCA is a far more complicated affair than in other lands. Anyone can take up a blade and fight, but to be able to truly call oneself a warrior, a free man must undertake special rites of passage. Different tribes have different rites. Some require 3 tests: the test of strength, the test of skill, and the test of courage. Others may send out candidates armed only with a spear in order to slay dreaded beasts, such as trolls, chaos spawn, demons, or Ymir. Some clans erect a fake village and populate it with thralls armed with shields and clubs. The aspiring warrior must then raid the village, slaying all within in order to recover a prize such as gold, meat, ale, or a buxom female thrall. Jarls and champions attract warriors to their bands by dint of their personal strength and reputation as undefeated war leaders. Generally speaking, a Norseman must make blood oaths of loyalty to the chieftain, and from then on does the warrior take his place in the warband's battle line, sharing in the glorious bloodshed and death that often follows. In return, these warriors receive their share of the rewards that follows a successful battle, and receives his pick of weapons from the warband's mound of blades. Other such gifts our warrior may receive include arm rings, chaos dwarf forged armor, and, of course, thralls. A warrior's life is often brief, but it is always exciting. Between raids and invasions, warriors provide meat for their clan by hunting the savage, tainted beasts of NORSCA. They gain further prestige when they return with the slaughtered carcass of a Chaos Spawn, Beast Man, Ice Drake, or some massive shark pulled from the seas. In times of war, they clamber onto the wolfships, bravely setting off for whatever battlefield awaits them, knowing that their destiny is at hand. From their exploits, they take up various titles and names reflecting their personal attributes and triumphs, such as Red Axe, the Wanderer, the Slayer of Souls, the Geld Prince, and so forth. The greatest of Norscan warriors often ascend to become Chaos Warriors or Huskars, warriors who have emerged from the unholy perils of the realm of chaos as beings far greater than their fellow clansmen. Hand-picked by the Jarls and holding immense authority among the tribes, they are the ultimate warriors, chosen to be the personal guard to warlords and chieftains. Brave heroes all. For these champions there are but 3 fates: to die in glorious battle against the enemies of their gods and tribes, to become overcome with the chaos power flowing through them and devolving into Weirs, Chaos Spawn, or to overcome all obstacles put before them and ascend to sit at the right hand of their gods, blessed with eternal power and everlasting life. The Chaos Warriors are the greatest of all the fighters of NORSCA. Raised from strong Norseman stock, their skills honed over the years by constant battle amongst themselves and against other races. Their strength infernal and their bodies hardened like steel, and stand a head taller than their fellow tribesmen. Grim, silent figures, their natural northern constitution is bolstered by demonic favor, allowing them to trudge through the direst of blizzards and densest of forests. When roused for battle, the champions of NORSCA are roaring, unstoppable forces. Arrows and bolts clatter piteously from his hell-forged plate as they stride into the enemy ranks. The thrusts of southern spears and halberds are deflected contemptuously, and the lifeblood of their foes splatters against his barbarous armor as his battle-axe rises and falls in gory arcs. More favored than even the Huskars are the Chosen of Chaos, whom the gods have personally marked out for greatness. Physical manifestations of the power of the gods, the Chosen are unto the Chaos Warriors as the Chaos Warriors are unto normal Norsemen, their bodies warped and strengthened by the dark blessings of chaos, causing them to manifest even fouler mutations than their brothers in arms, such as wolf-like fangs and many other such alterations. The warriors of chaos who choose to leave their tribes gather together into warbands led by such heroes. These sword bands roam and sail the length and breadth of the known world, butchering and pillaging, fighting rival warbands in blood feuds to prove their worthiness to the gods. Heroes who command such a following are rightfully legendary. Figures such as Wulfric the Wanderer, Falgar the Butcher, Haka the Aisling, Einar Steelfist and Gamre Hrovotnir, figures of unsurpassed fighting prowess and iron-hard discipline. Indeed, it is often said in the Norselands that the chosen champions of the gods have but one vice: cruelty to their foes. When not hunting or raiding, warriors enjoy the finer aspects of Norse life. They spend their time in the sweat lodges, swapping tales of their savage exploits and making grand boasts of their fighting prowess. At night, they engage in grand drinking contests from which they gain new and evocative titles such as Ale Spew, Rock Sun, and the Glutton, to name but a possible few. As Norsemen are often unforgivable braggarts and competitors, they will often perform all sorts of insane feats to outdo their rivals. Sometimes these games of one-upmanship can lead to physical contests to decide who is greater, such as arm wrestling, knife fighting, brawling, and dueling. These fights are rarely lethal, however, since to slay a fellow tribesman in times of peace is a grave crime likely to give rise to blood feuds and revenge killings, as well as the paying of wergild in order to contain the aforementioned. To the outsider, Norse warriors are all the same, bloodthirsty bands of savage marauders. But there are nonetheless distinctions amongst the various clans. Loyalty to a particular jarl engenders all sorts of peculiarities that his bonded warriors embrace. For instance, if a jarl is a champion of corn, then his warriors are likely to dress in red or black and work the skull rune into their shields and armor. Another example could be of warriors who only fight with a particular type of axe, or who use shields whose edges have been sharpened to a razor's edge. Others may be incredible leapers, while others may only armor their fronts so that they can never retreat from a battle. Unusual haircuts, top knots, braids, beard, or even, extremely rarely, lack of beard altogether characterize differing groups of Norskans. Norskans who lack skill or ability at arms are a minority amongst such a fierce people and fill a low place in society as a whole. Reviled as weak and inferior, they are relegated to serving the jarls, tending their fields and overseeing the thralls. Though they do not have the prestige of warriors, it is understood that without them, NORSCA would surely die. Nevertheless, carls are free men, not servile as thralls are. It is entirely normal for them to own their own land and ascend to the ranks of a tribe's warrior if they prove themselves worthy. They are not an oppressed underclass by any means. Among the most wretched of fates facing the inhabitants of the old world is a life of forced servitude, whether it is in the horrid mines of the Skaven, the opulent pleasure palaces of mighty Araby, or being subject to a life of fear and brutality as a thrall to a jarl of NORSCA. Each raid against the coastal settlements of the Empire and Bretonia finds more people captured and brought back to a life of endless toil and service to their masters. Such thralls are not contained to the women and children who are captured, but also include warriors taken as prisoners on the field of battle. The treatment of thralls varies depending on the tribe. Sometimes thralls are used to aid shipbuilders in constructing the longships, or are set to work the frozen fields of various farmsteads. Other times, thralls are taken as a fourth or fifth wife, selected for their attractiveness rather than their station. But for most thralls, their fate is to be bloodily sacrificed in order to curry favor with the dark gods. When a new wolf ship is finished, the Norsemen line the approach to the sea with screaming slaves, to crush the life out of them as the warriors push the longship into the waters. Before a raid, a slave might be sacrificed in order to earn the blessings of Khorne for the battle ahead. His or her guts may then be flung into the ocean to appease the hunger of the demons of the waters, or his broken body may be tied to the mast to feed the hunger of the ravens and the other spirits of death. Seers kill thralls with impunity in order to fuel accursed magics, using the blood of innocents to conjure forth the demons of the other world, or to commune with the vengeful spirits of fallen warlords. Though some thralls may receive decent treatment in rare circumstances, most face a gruesome fate. Though Norse society is patriarchal, women have a stronger place in these lands than many might suspect. A woman may own property and can become a jarl if her husband dies and has no male offspring. It is up to the woman to decide whom she weds and if she divorces. Whilst women are expected to stay behind during raids and wars, it falls to them to protect the home. So most are competent, if not outright skilled warriors.
NORSCAN Settlements.
Norscan settlements range from heavily armed tribal enclaves to massive militarized fortress cities. Various factors determine the size of a settlement, such as the size of the farming area and the availability of natural resources. Due to the harshness of NORSCA's climate and terrain, most settlements are small communities consisting of perhaps a dozen or so clans. These small communities can be found throughout the land, numbering in the thousands. As with all settlements, even these modest centers are typically headed by a jarl or some deputy chieftain, who is often advised in religious matters by a Wiki and propped up by a cadre of fierce and loyal warriors. Larger settlements are typically ruled by a tribal king or a high jarl, which contain massive populations and house mighty war fleets that are sent out seasonally to raid and pillage the coastlines of the old world and beyond. Smaller settlements struggle to survive, fighting ferociously to endure until they are eventually destroyed by the elements, rival tribes, or by some unholy monstrosity from beyond the veil. When selecting a site for the purpose of building a settlement, the Norsemen invariably look at three factors. First, the site must have access to a resource: good fishing, forests for timber and hunting, or a rich area of soil suitable for farming. Secondly, the location must be defensible. Areas nestled in the mountains or within dense forests are considered ideal for this purpose. The last, though perhaps most important consideration, is the ability to see in all directions. What good is a village nestled in a gorge of mountains if one cannot see the approach of one's foes? To make otherwise unsuitable sites useful, the Norsemen construct tall watchtowers in order to broaden the sight of their clan. In addition, within these watchtowers, there is typically a signal fire which can be lit to notify a settlement of an impending attack. These watchtowers can also serve more than one settlement, and should the greater tribe fall under attack, then signal flares erupt all over the territory, calling the chieftains to muster their warriors for glorious battle. But even above these considerations, the Norsemen erect their holdings according to the will of the Dark Powers. For the Iron Men of the North do not gather for sustenance of even survival, but rather do the tribe's camp so that they might gather under the ruinous scrutiny and worship their mighty deities. Drawn by no true sense of place, the Norscan tribes sometimes wander their brutal homeland until they are drawn by some relic of ancient and ruinous power, the location of which being where they shall erect their holdings and remain. Tribal relics may be the skeletal remains of a beloved and fierce Jarl, or some ancient blade endowed with the unholy energies of their gods. Regardless, such sites are considered highly auspicious for the creation of villages and enclaves, and the tribes will often defend their newfound homes to the death. Amidst these tribal gatherings do the Chaos Warriors await the coming of the great champion, a king with 3 eyes. Norscan architecture is built with utility as the forefront concern. Buildings must be large enough to accommodate a family, and must be low enough to the ground that the falling snow can conceal it from predators. In spring and summer, their roofs are seeded with grass so that they blend into the surrounding land. Most Norscan structures tend to be longhouses, long, large, single-storied buildings covered in thatched roofs. Most longhouses feature some form of adornment, such as walls and swirling patterns working in carved images depicting warriors and demons. Within the longhouse, there is the central common room where food is cooked. Skulls tell the tales of the dark gods and the ancestors, and most of the family sleeps for warmth. Other areas attached to the common room serve as storage areas, pens for holding animals, and personal bedrooms. Thralls live in hovels little more than stitched-together skins hanging on a wooden frame. These residences are abysmal at keeping out the cold, so in order to conserve heat, thralls will often smear the walls of their abodes with mud or excrement. Each community, whether it is a small village or a mighty city, contains at least one shrine dedicated to the Chaos Gods. Most such sites tend to be caves burrowed into the side of a mountain or hill, but others are free-standing structures. Such sites can be identified from the presence of dark altars, bone fires, mounds of skulls, and sacrifices of plunder. Strange runes mark the entryways, forbidding passage to all except full-blooded warriors. Despite this, even the most fearsome Norse warrior is wary of entering a temple without cause, for the dark gods are cruel and capricious deities. Maintaining the site is a seer or vitki, who either lives in the shrine itself or in a nearby hovel. Shrines dedicated to Khorne are instead tended to by the Blood Fathers. Those familiar with the runes of chaos can see their workings throughout these shrines, from the bloody altars to the horrifying paintings on the cave walls. The symbols of the ruinous powers are worked into everything, charging the very air with raw, unholy energy. And lastly, there are the fortresses. Though they are perhaps not as opulent or grandiose as those of the old world, these barbaric strongholds are highly defensible, able to withstand the worst of assaults. Some strongholds are the deserted holds of Norse dwarves, claimed by Norse clans as their seats of power. Other fortresses are man-made, carved from the very rock itself. Finally, there are the Chaos Fortresses, mighty edifices of dark majesty empowered by the very stuff of chaos itself, renowned throughout the land and couched in legend. Only the greatest and most powerful kings and jarls are considered worthy enough to control such mighty enclaves, but those that do are truly formidable warlords. Such fortresses include the Doom Keep, the Tower of Krak, the Forbidden Citadel, and the Altar of the Crimson Harvest.
NORSCAN, faith, and religious beliefs. Khorne they roared, invoking the sacred battle name of Karnath, the Blood God, Lord of Battles. Khorne they howled, until it seemed the walls must fall from the violence of their voices alone. Khorne they shrieked as they gnashed their teeth and bit their shields. From the destruction of Visborg. Norscan religion is based primarily around the worship of the Chaos Gods, which are venerated by various local aspects and names both similar to and distinct to those they are known by to the scholars and priests of the Empire. Commonly, the Norscans, like the other human races who dwell around the Chaos Wastes, venerate all the Chaos Gods in a single pantheon, as a purely practical consideration in order to draw upon all of the gifts and powers of the four gods in order to better survive in the harsh north. In spite of this, there are many tribes that do in fact take a single Chaos God to be their patron, who is then seen as both the father and protector of that tribe. Commonly, that god is also the patron of the chieftain. In the vast majority of Norse tribes, Khorne takes up this position, as he is by far the most popular choice of patron deity in the battle-torn north. In addition to the Chaos Gods themselves, the Northmen religion also incorporates various demon princes, fallen Chaos champions,
revered ancestors, and various other lesser spirits into its traditions. Despite the presence of these additional deities, however, it is always the Chaos Gods alone are ever present and who receive the highest degree of veneration, being the core set of deities Norse religion revolves around. The NORSCANs have worshipped the dark gods since times immemorial. The tribes simply have no concept of how to live otherwise. Far from being mindless slaves to darkness, the men of the North merely maintain that beings as powerful as the Chaos Gods simply operate on a level beyond mere human judgment or understanding, and are thus entitled to reward or destroy as befits their divine inclination. Just as it is the charge of a man to pay them homage and passionately strive for their favor. The Norsemen believe the path they have taken is the only one that is pure and true, and thus look down upon the gods of the southern lands, seeing them as corrupt, weak, and wicked things that are beneath contempt and worthy only of mockery. In the Norscan faith, there is no equivalent to the kingdom of Mor. There is nothing after death save the realms of the dark gods, and men shall only enter those domains to sit at the right hand of their gods if they were strong and true warriors in life. For cowards are cursed by the gods and reviled for all eternity. Thus, every Norscan fights with an insane fervor driven by this belief, which molds them into the perfect warriors of the dark gods. In battle, the Norse look to Khorne, the war god, for strength. The blood god is renowned in Norscan sagas as an embodiment of strength and a granter of victory, and so thousands upon thousands of Norse warriors are dedicated to his savage creed of wanton bloodshed. Amongst the Norse, the most common name for the blood god is Karnath, meaning Lord of Rage, in the dark tongue of chaos. But other names are also prevalent amongst the tribes, such as Akar, Khorne, the Brass Lord of Battle, and etc. Seers and Vitki take Tzeentch, the Raven God, as their patron, and beseech the Changer of the Ways to aid them in their witchery, and to one day grant them preeminence over the warrior kings who lead the tribes. As most Norscan spellcasters are chaos sorcerers of a sort, channeling the black wind of Dahar to power their profane divination, it is common for them to take at least one or more of the dark gods as their patrons, and most commonly this patron is Tzeentch, due to his association with magic and sorcery. For the most part, however, Tzeentch is distrusted by most Norscans, particularly warriors, for his cunning ways, yet as he is also seen as the god of wind and tide, most Norscans will strive for his favor before taking to their longships, in order to ensure a safe voyage. In times of plague and famine, the Norse offer sacrifices to Nurgle, to placate the crow god and to persuade him to withhold his blessings. Some tribes dedicate themselves to the Plague Father in such occasions, however, believing that only through fighting in his name shall they be delivered from the ruinous touch of Nurgle's contagions. Slanesh, the great serpent, is prayed to in the aftermath of battle for fulsome feasting and celebration. He is also prayed to for fertility and virility, and is invoked in some tribes' marriage ceremonies. There is also a very strong element of ancestral worship to the Norse religion that cannot be overlooked. Indeed, the veneration of the ancestors is a tradition as old as the worship of the Chaos gods themselves to the Norsemen, and one from which they too derive their strength and fierce codes of honor. Though they dominate the Norse pantheon, the dark gods are certainly not alone amongst the numbers of the dread Norscan deities. For example, there is Myrmidus, a demonic sea deity and lesser idol of chaos, believed by scholars to be a chaotic reflection of the sea god Manan, who is venerated amongst ferocious scaling sea raiders. The scaling marauders make human sacrifices to the abominable god by weighing the prisoners they take in battle with leaden weights before throwing them into the ocean to drown in the sea god's dread embrace. When a warrior dies at sea, it is said that he now wears the chains of Myrmidus, and so is his soul taken forever in that god's servitude, forever deprived the honor of feasting with the ancestors in the lofty halls of the four great gods. Thus, the scaling sea god is as reviled amongst the Norse as he is respected as the lord of wind and tide. Curiously, while there exists a clear antipathy for the gods of the south due to their belief in the gods of the north, some Norscans nonetheless believe in deities with clear parallels to some worshipped in the old world, Myrmidus being one of them. However, some sources indicate the worship of a lesser deity known as Ulrich, who appears to be a Norscan version of the deity Ulrich, albeit one far more savage and brutal. The Norscans see themselves as the closest of all the races of men to the dark gods, and thus see it as their duty and right to raid and ravage. Thus they raid not only the south, but also their fellow worshippers of chaos, the Kurgan and Hung to the east. Many Norscan warbands also make journeys into the chaos wastes, to hunt the abominable creatures of that land and show their might to their infernal masters. Indeed, among some tribes, there is a tradition of leaving a child on his 13th year at the shores of the wastes with only bare necessities and a single weapon. If he is able to survive for a week, he is returned and made a man of the tribe. If he manages to bring back the head of a chaos spawn or a beastman, then he is made a warrior then and there. The Norse see themselves as honorable men, mighty and courageous, and for this strength of will and sinew they honor their dark gods. The Norsemen see the blessings of their gods as gifts that allow them to better stand against the unimaginable perils of their homeland. As all the Norsemen are, to some extent, affected by the touch of chaos, they are constantly reminded of the presence of their gods, and are ever vividly reminded of their potency. In comparison, the gods of the south, such as Ulrich, SIGMAR, and Myrmidia, are but pale, pitiful children before the might of the Dark Lords of the North. The Norse believe the world as they perceive it, the realm of flesh and blood and material, is a prison, an illusion created by the dark gods in order to test them, and that the true world is the realm of chaos, the ever-changing, ever-mutable domain of the dark gods. The Norse believe that it is only through the gifts of the dark gods that they shall be able to penetrate this veil of the senses and peer into the true reality. When a Norseman receives a mutation, the rewards of the Chaos Gods, they believe that it is the hand of the gods stripping away the illusion about them and thus revealing to them their true self. In simpler terms, they are gaining a glimpse of reality. When a seer conjures forth a demon, it is again seen as a fleeting glimpse of the true world. Some scholars have theorized that NORSCA's extremely close proximity to the Chaos Wastes lends itself to this way of thinking. The Shadowlands are strange and ever-changing. An ordinary boulder may stay in one spot for 1,000 years, only to pick itself up one day and move to another spot. Birds may fly through the cold mountain air at one point and then land and slither across the ground as a snake the next. Storms come and go without warning, and the very stars seem to writhe and change. NORSCA is a land in constant flux, abiding by no laws, lending a dreamlike quality to this wild land. To a Norseman, it is thus no great leap of logic to assume that the mutations and rewards of chaos are gifts of the Chaos Gods, a mark of divine favor granted to set the chosen apart from the mundane. As the realm of flesh is but a dream, it is the goal of every Norseman to reach the true realm beyond this grey, ashen existence, the realm of the dark gods. Death and glory is the doorway to the land beyond, and a man can only make the journey through it by proving himself in the dream. In order to prove one's worth, he must have been a powerful warrior in life, who died a heroic death, slaughtering many foes, attaining glory and the marks of the Chaos God's divine favor. Those who beg for mercy, who cling to the realm of the living, are found wanting and cursed to walk the world forever as disembodied spirits. Others are tormented for all eternity by demons and reborn as slaves, women, or worst of all, old worlders. Thus it is warriors who occupy the most prestigious echelons of Norse society, for they alone can attain the glory that awaits them beyond the mortal world. The rest are condemned to spend their days in the dream, never to know the dark paradise that might be theirs. This belief has molded the men of NORSCA into vicious and powerful warriors who thirst after the chance to make war for the glory of chaos, for there is no greater glory than to fight and die in the armies of the immortals and to join their holy number. In general, the Norse tend to revere Khorne, the Skull King and Lord of Battles, more fanatically than the other gods, for the simple, brutal strictures of the blood god's faith are pleasing to the warlike Norse, and the behavior of the various Norse tribes in NORSCA, as well as the terrible troll country, dovetails neatly with what the blood god expects from his followers. As a result, many tribes of NORSCA take Khorne as their sole patron, and most chaos shrines dedicated to him are found within Norse settlements. The NORSCANs also maintain a unique tradition in their version of cornet worship, holding up the veneration of the demon princess Falkia the Bloody. According to Norse sagas, she was once a fearsome warrior queen of one of the tribes of NORSCA, who was risen from her tribe to become the shield maiden of the blood god and the bringer of glory. Khorne's consort, who chooses the valiant dead who are to enter into the halls of the blood god to fight on for all eternity. Many times in the past, Falkia has returned to the mortal plane to lead the NORSCANs to battle, and in her presence the grim warriors of the north fight even harder. For where Falkia flies, the Axe Father watches, and to any NORSCAN, the prospect of becoming his chosen is a prize beyond all measure. Indeed, the NORSCAN's utter devotion to Khorne is a dark thing of terrifying fanaticism, for they have gone above and beyond the call of their god's demand for eternal warfare. Thus many Norse tribes spend their days raiding up and down the coastlines of the Empire and beyond to gather skulls to honor the blood god. An example of the NORSCAN cornered zealotry is of the Gore Hunt tribe, who in late 2103 IC resolved to offer up the skulls of far-off lands unto the blood god, and took to the seas on their longships, heading to the south. The NORSCANs eventually came across the desert kingdom of Araby. Though the tribe was less than 100 strong, the Norsemen were truly blessed by Khorne, and carved a bloody path of devastation throughout the land, battering aside the many thousand-strong armies of the emirs of Araby. At last, the rulers of that kingdom sent an army so great it hid the very dunes of the desert with its passing, and numbered great creatures of magic in its number. But the berserking Norsemen fought on with an iron resolve and annihilated the army, spilling so much blood it ran in a mighty river throughout the desert kingdom. Though every NORSCAN of the Gore Hunt tribe was slain, their strength and devotion pleased Khorne greatly, and he willed it so that the river of blood they spilled would forever run through Araby as a testament to their devotion.
The Seers and Shamans. The only men the gods speak to are seers, and they pay a terrible price for this gift.
From Einar Steelfist Sigdansson, champion of Zinj. The holy men of Norse society are the seers, or Vitki as they are referred to in NORSCAN. Admittedly, many of these shamanistic spellcasters are chaos sorcerers who draw upon the power of the dark gods to fuel their divination. These priests are often the advisors of the mighty Norse chieftains and wield great authority over the tribes due to their status as the mouthpiece of the chaos gods. With but a word can a Vitki order the death of any man, and thralls die brutally by the score in order to seal the demonic pacts and empower foul rituals by which they draw upon the dark power of chaos. Steeped in the arcane traditions of the ruinous powers, it falls to these privileged men and women to interpret the movements of the winds of chaos, the whispers of demons, and the spirits of fallen warriors in order to guide the Jarl to choose the proper path for the tribes, one of blood, glory, and conquest. Amongst the many Norse clans who are dedicated solely to the bloody-minded worship of Khorne, another tradition of divination exists, one that abides by the strength of steel rather than the addled whispers of sorcerers, the terrible Blood Fathers. These warlike holy men are solitary by nature, and many deign to attend to the shrines and holy places of Khorne in isolation, the majority of which located in NORSCA, but also others further afield. They are rightly considered legendary amongst the northern tribes, for many among them bear the mark of Khorne, a sign of their lord's favour. Furthermore, it is whispered amongst the Norsemen that such is their strength and skill that no man can best a Bloodfather of Khorne in battle, for there is no trick of axe or sword that the blood god has not revealed unto them. The dreams of the Blood Fathers touch ever so with the sanguine realm of Khorne, granting them visions of scarlet yesterdays and crimson tomorrows, visions of battle that allow them to advise their chieftains to the path of Khorne's favour, and the Blood Fathers of NORSCA often boast that the divining cantrips of sorcerers is precious little compared to the visions granted by a god. NORSCANs observe various customs and rituals before battle, done in order to prepare themselves for the fight and to gain the favour of the dark gods. The bloody sacrifice of a thrall to the great powers is an extremely common practice, but it is by no means the only one. Most battle customs involve terrifying and complex rites, such as the symbolic spilling of blood, consuming the flesh of chaos, and even ritual combat between two warriors. In some tribes, there exists a truly horrific ritual to consume the power of chaos. They first take a living beastman, drain its blood into an iron cauldron brought to a boil, and then add various hallucinogenic substances and herbs into the repulsive fluids. Next, the warriors drop locks of their hair into the concoction. Once all the warband have contributed, the sorcerer hands around a skull filled with the liquid. Each warrior drinks from the skull down to the dregs, believing that ingesting the blood will allow them to receive visions from their gods. Death. He's taken his father's hand. A NORSCAN saying meaning that a fallen warrior has taken his seat in the halls of the dark gods. Death is of no fear for a Norseman. No true son of the dark north fears to escape the prison of flesh, to enter the realm of the dark gods in honor, and to dwell within their halls. For many Northmen, the greatest fate is that the shield maiden of the blood god herself shall carry them to fight on in the halls of Khorne, where a glorious hereafter of eternal battle awaits them. Their measure is taken by the moment of their deaths, by the blood they shed and the foes they have slain, and the gods are said to look well upon men who fight the hopeless fight. Thus it is said that Norsemen never retreat, for to do so is the epitome of weakness, and the dark gods of the north have little mercy for those who are weak, and such souls are doomed to be shamed and tormented in the afterlife. It is strength alone the evil gods of NORSCA exalt, and they are pleased by those who slay with power and who die with honor. A warrior saga is said to begin in death, and so each Northman strives to make it so that their doom is of such glory and blood that it is worthy of remembrance. For no father can respect a son who does not find an end nobler than his own, and would sooner spit on him from the halls of the dark gods. The Norsemen have an acute obsession with death, equally that of their enemies as much as their own. Theirs is a culture that exalts and embraces that which is brutal and deadly, values the masculine and strong, and which teaches men to be reckless with death. This affords them a clear psychological advantage over their enemies, for where the men of the south and east might fear the pain of their death, the NORSCANs embrace it as the only road to the true realm beyond the waking dream of flesh. Amongst the Norsemen, it is an unthinkable fate for a man to die without holding his weapon. For how can the gods permit him to enter their halls when he cannot prove he met his end in battle? A far worse affront is for a warrior's corpse to be dismembered of his hands. For how is he to grip his sword and shield in the eternal battlefields of the dark gods without a hand to clasp around the handle of his blades? Indeed, to desecrate a corpse in such a way is a grave crime amongst the Norse, sure to drive them to seek vengeance from the perpetrator, no matter the cost. The Norse possess many complex rituals to honor those who find their way to tread the paths of the realm of chaos. By far, the most well-known is to place a dead warrior upon a longship and burn it to the sea. This is a prestigious thing, and is reserved only for chieftains and mighty champions. By placing a warrior upon a ship, it is believed that his soul shall rise with the flames to be sent on his way to the dark gods. Among the Norsemen, it is considered a tiding of great doom to wage war while a warrior is committed to the gods in this way. For to fight in the shadow of unquiet souls is an omen of ill fortune. It is often customary to recite the dark and brutal deeds of the fallen, that the gods might know who it is that comes to their halls. Another similar funerary practice, one reserved for warriors who fall in battle, is to place them upon a burning pyre. Their fires are believed to carry the spirit of the dead warrior high to the halls of the dark gods, where they shall tell their tales to their honored fathers and share their stories of victory and war with the other great warriors and kings of ancient days. All around their pyres their shield brothers gather to give a great shout into the sky, bringing their axes and swords to hammer against their shields while they roar and bellow the names and bloody feats of valor of those who have fallen, that the gods of the north might know they who come to take their place at their lofty tables. Norse funerals are no somber, self-important affair as they are in the south. Those who have fallen are honored and revered. Their pyres no commiseration of death, but rather a celebration of their lives. Those who die are revered and hailed, for their saga is now completed, and shall be joined to that of the greater tribe, and in turn that of the Norse people themselves. Marauder and chosen, herdsman and king alike are honored thus, and through this they shall live forever. Not only in the immortal realms beyond flesh, but in the memories of those who will come after them. NORSCAN Warfare. And then those sails appeared on the horizon, white but dripping with the bloody symbols of their foul gods. And then came the black wood of their boats, dragged through the froth by tireless muscled arms pulling on 100 oars. I rang the warning bell from my lookout, and me lads formed up, each one sweating at the arrival of these beasts. The crossbowmen loosed bolt after bolt, and many fell, but still the howling fiends ran up the beaches with no care for armor or shields. They looked like rabble, but fought like demons, crashing through our lines, butchering men left and right, clubbing limbs into gore and hacking heads from bodies like they were attached with butter. I'll never forget that morning. An account transcribed from an Ostland sergeant in 2517 IC. The Norskans have a wholly deserved reputation for being incredible fighters, thick-set and incredibly muscular. They all possess an unquenchable battle thirst, though not through any blight of their souls, but rather as a product of the world in which they live. Their homeland is a haunted waste infested with terrifying beasts such as chaos spawn and trolls, infused with the very essence of chaos and lashed by furious freezing winds. Their gods are terrifying idols of darkness who favor only the strong and demand the destruction of the weak. To their east are the bloodthirsty horse nomads. To their south are the heirs of SIGMAR, and to their north the very abode of their gods. NORSCA is a land where living even a single day is a victory. Thus are the NORSCANs inured to violence and horror from an early age, and there are few among their numbers unprepared to fight and die for their honor, gain, or for the favor of the ruinous powers. Comparing the men of NORSCA unto the soft-bellied wastrels of the south is to compare a wolf to a sheep. For where the men of the south would cower secure behind their high walls, the men of NORSCA roam the far corners of the world in search of adventure and plunder. Where the men of the Empire indulge themselves before a fireplace, glutting on fine wine and cheese, the men of the North must hunt and kill for their daily bread, and rip into raw meat with their bare hands and teeth for their efforts. Where the men of the South complain bitterly of travelling abroad in fog or sleet, the Norse brave howling blizzards, clad in little more than flea-infested scraps of fur. Little wonder then that the raids of the Northmen are feared throughout the old world. The conditions of their environment and the savage strictures of their faith have molded them into a true warrior race. Each Northman towers over any man of the Empire, their powerful bodies hardened by lives of ceaseless toil and endless war. The Norsemen fight for their very survival from birth, and every man is expected, nay, demanded, to be an accomplished warrior, hardy, fierce, and, most of all, independent. The Norsemen have no inclination for the ways of the plowshare or sickle. Their tools are the sword, axe, and shield, and that which their own lands cannot provide for them, they merely take from the lands of lesser men. Their legendary strength and endurance has been built by centuries of living in a land that does not tolerate weakness, and has been further enhanced and strengthened by the corrupting influence of chaos that inevitably affects all those who live so close to the chaos wastes. The largest form of organization for the Norscan warriors is known as a Freigatur, a free gathering in the common tongue, when the champions of NORSCA bring their tribes and warbands together in a common cause, usually for a massive invasion of the Imperial or Kurgan lands, or in order to defend their own tribes from invaders. It is a time for warriors to meet and feast, and swear oaths of blood and glory for when they stand together in battle, and for their chieftains to meet in conference with one another aboard the deck of the dragon ship of he who has called the meeting, to plan cunning strategies to fell their enemies. These convocations allow for a massive raising of forces, comprising of thousands of blood-hungry Chaos tribesmen. Its unity, however, is never truly certain, for it depends upon the strength and iron will of its leaders, as well as the promise of victory and the wealth for its warriors. The next largest organization of warriors is the warband itself, or the war herd as it is called in the Norscan tongue. Most folk in the northern reaches of the Empire and Kislev are likely well acquainted with the common Norse warband. Brutal reavers either charging down the Kislevite steppes or leaping fur-clad from longships to savage the coastlines. The Norse warherds comprise the bulk of the Chaos hordes, alongside the warrior bands of the Kurgan and Hung. In times of war, the Norsemen flock to the banners of the great champions, throwing their weight behind the cause, whether it be the favor of the gods or the blight lure of plundered gold. When not part of a great army, the Norsemen spend their days raiding the towns and villages of the south. Though perceived as a single, mindless horde of heathen warriors bent on rape and slaughter by the peoples of the south, the Norseman bands are often wildly distinct in terms of tactics, appearance, and chaos allegiance. Some warbands are characterized by only using axes in battle, others by only armoring their fronts so that they cannot retreat from the battlefield, while others by a particular style of beard. Regardless, the fact remains that any Norse warherd is invariably comprised of mighty, hardened warriors of superlative skill and deadliness, hardened by a bleak land and bred for battle. They hold all others in contempt and hatred. Though NORSCANs recognize no authority except that which they pledge freely to their warlords and champions, and even this can evaporate quickly if they are defeated or if the Lord shows any sort of weakness. There exists a barbaric sort of brotherhood between the warriors of Norse marauder bands, bonds so strong as to endure even as the warband divides or grows. These bonds may be rooted in tribal bloodlines or be forged in the fires of battle, but are regardless impossible to break and allows the marauders extensive battlefield cohesion and discipline that belies their savage mien. The Norscans are a semi-nomadic race, although many Norse tribes live the year round in primitive villages from which they set sail to terrorize the known world. Other tribes wander the north, erecting their temporary villages near sacred sites of ruinous favor where they might catch the favor of their malefic masters. Despite this, the Norse are still the most settled of Chaos marauders, at least with respect to the ever-roving Kurgan horse tribes of the eastern steppes. As a result of this, the Norse alone have developed the means to manufacture weapons and armor of superior craftsmanship among the northern peoples. Thus are the Northmen most likely to be clad in armor of steel and wielding mighty blades honed to razor-sharp deadliness, making them far more formidable on the battlefield than the Kurgan or Hung. Such is the Norscan respect for steel that among warbands of Norse Chaos Warriors there exists the tradition of the Mound of Blades, a collection of infernal weaponry, some plundered from Southlanders, some fashioned by Norse hellsmiths. To take a weapon from the Mound of Blades, a Chaos Warrior must first place another upon it. The offered weapon cannot be his own. It must be taken from the corpse of a sworn foe. The rare few who forswear this custom discover at their cost that this is one tradition that the Chaos Gods seem to appreciate. Among larger tribal warbands, there are also Chaos Reliquaries, unholy stores of a warband's most treasured weapons. It is true that the champions keep their most prized accoutrements on their person at all times, but for those lucky enough to acquire a fine blade or ensorcelled axe, a reliquary will keep it safe from rivals. In battle, the Norscans invoke the war god Khorne, from the lowliest marauder to the highest chosen, provided he is not a worshipper of Slanesh, of course. By bellowing and roaring his dark name, the Norsemen believe that they can drive themselves into an uncontrollable battle fury. Whether by their own will or that of Khorne himself, who can say? The blood-crazed cornet berserkers of NORSCA are truly fearsome opponents, and many thousands have been undone by their psychotic, blood-lusting fury. When set loose on the battlefield, each marauder is like a beast scenting blood, and they will not rest until their lust for death is sated, for they know that the eyes of the gods are upon them, judging their strength and testing their courage. They also know that those who fight well will be honored by the gods, and will receive their blessings and the marks of their favor, and so they fight with no regard for their own lives, only for how many they can take on the battlefield. Death, after all, is the destiny of all, and so the Norse do not court it like the weak men of the south, but rather embrace it. A bloody end with blade in hand, and the red ruin of their foes strewn all about them, an end to make both gods and ancestors proud. The men of the north fear dishonor more than the touch of the Valkyrie. The armies of NORSCA are feared and renowned for their sheer ferocity and the strength of their infantry, comprised chiefly of merciless marauders and bloodthirsty iron-clad chaos warriors, favoring the battle axe, heavy flail, and violent exaltation of melee combat over any sort of tactical nuance or stealth. Due to the heavy prevalence of cornet worship amongst the Norse, the use of ranged weaponry and subtlety are decried as the weapons of cowards, and as cowards are seen as being below the scrutiny of the dark gods, many Norsemen prefer the fury of close quarters and are given to acts of suicidal bravery and barbaric heroism, that they may attract the attention of their deities and thus receive the blessings they so crave. NORSCANs generally field very little cavalry, for the icy mountainous landscape of NORSCA is even less conducive to horses than the barren Kurgan steppelands to the east. Added to this is the fact that most Norse tribes tend to look upon horses with a fair bit of ambivalence, seeing mounts as uncertain investments at best and dangerous liabilities at worst. However, groups of mounted Chaos Knights are not overly uncommon, and indeed an armor-clad warhorse is considered the provenance of a great warrior or jarl among many Norse tribes. However, due to the extensive contacts with the Kurgan and Hung tribes, the Norsemen have begun to slowly but surely accrue horses, either through trade or by stealing them in raids upon the eastern Chaos marauders, as not even the sturdy steppe ponies of the Kurgan steppes are equipped enough to survive here. Some Norse tribes have begun breeding their own horses, snorting, savage beasts who, having been born so close to the realm of chaos, eschew grain and grass to be fed on the diet of human flesh and diluted blood, corralled in crude shillings in order to shelter them from the worst of the ice storms. NORSCANs are expert hunters. Taking their steeds from corrals, they travel the length and breadth of the land, crossing immense frozen glaciers and endless tundras with mighty axes in hand, searching for terrible beasts and mighty foes to slay in tribute to the dark powers. In battle, the speed and mobility of marauder horsemen leaves even the most able cavalrymen of the old world sorely lacking. Able to steer their steeds with the subtlest of movements of the waist and knees, the tribesmen have both hands free to wield wicked blades and hooked axes. Many Norse horsemen favor throwing axes and javelins, while others prefer wicked barbed flails that catch their enemy, dragging them behind their horse until their bodies come apart in a welter of blood. Some Norse tribes, such as the Vargs, have also tamed the titanic mammoths of the northern wastes, using them as gargantuan beasts of war and living siege engines. Most terrible of these creatures are those who have been twisted and mutated by the influences of chaos, transforming them into insane, hate-filled beasts that await the chance to vent their suffering upon others. Though the favored tactic of many a Norse warband is to simply charge across the battlefield and close the distance with their enemy, getting to grips with them in melee, where their superior strength and martial skill will see them to victory. The NORSCANs are highly skilled at many other forms of warfare. One particularly ubiquitous formation amongst the Norsemen is the boar's head, or the swine's head, a wedge formation where the warriors lock their thick shields together to protect themselves from enemy fire. Like the jaws of some great beast, the serrated ranks of the phalanx charges forth, getting to grips with the foe, where the NORSCANs then cut them down with vicious abandon. The indomitable shield wall is another mainstay of NORSCAN military tactics, and arguably one of the most ancient, as it stretches back to the days of the Norse raiders. Similar to the boar's head, the shield wall is a flexible military formation capable of defending a NORSCAN warband from even the heaviest of projectile fire, and blunt the force of even the most devastating charge. Only the most brutal and savage Norse warriors are allowed to take the first row of the shield wall, for it is a hellish place where only the greatest of warriors can triumph. NORSCAN practices the blood raven. It takes strength of purpose to do this, but keep your loyalty true, and my lord's hand will guide you correctly. From Falkia the Bloody. You favor birds, Zarnath. Since you like birds so much, traitor, I will make you one. From Wulfric the Wanderer. NORSCAN executions are an unimaginably brutal affair, best not described on a full stomach. One above all is noted for its significance and sadism, the terrible rite known as the Blood Raven, known also among some tribes as the Blood Eagle. The earliest mentioning of the rite lies in 1396 IC, when Falkia the Bloody, shield maiden of the blood god Khorne, descended down from the halls of the Lord of the Skulls to lend her aid to a Norse army seeking to besiege the dwarven hold of Karak Gulg. Upon defeating the dwarven defenders, Falkia commanded the Norsemen to cut open their foes' rib cages and tear out their still pulsing lungs and place them upon the shoulders of the still living dwarfs like the folded wings of a hellish raven. Thus was born the Blood Raven, known by some tribes also as the Blood Eagle, the most revered and terrible of Norse traditions. A Norse warband led by a Chaos Lord known as Botvar, renowned throughout the lands of the north as a ferocious champion of Khorne, thundered down upon the northern dwarf hold of Karak Gulg, driven by the murderous command of the Lord of Battles himself. With the bloody frenzy of the berserkers, the fair-haired marauders battered the great dwarven citadel in order to break open the way to the hated Empire of SIGMAR. Nigh unstoppable on the battlefield, and favoured mightily by his dark lord, Khorne had seen fit to favour the Norsemen with the appearance of his very own paramour. Empowered by Falkia's dark magic, the Norsemen shattered the dwarfish defenders with renewed aggression and tore out their living lungs from their shattered ribs in honour of Karnath, as Falkia directed them. The Demon Prince and Chaos Warlord fell upon the King of Karak Gulg, Skadi, Ironjaw, and it was Botvar who felled the king and feasted upon his heart. The Blood Raven, or the Blood Eagle, is as complex as it is grotesque, considered to be a method by which enemies are sacrificed to Khorne. Broadly speaking, the ritual involves, in order, shattering the victim's ribs, tearing out their lungs, and placing them upon their shoulders, so that they resemble the folded wings of a great raven or eagle. In one style of the execution, the skin of the person's chest is sliced and peeled off, exposing their bloody ribs. The sternum is then broken, usually with a weapon, but amongst more savage Norsemen, with bare hands and fists. The two ends of the rib cage are then taken and pulled outwards, a feat that necessitates the immeasurable strength of the common Norseman. The lungs are then taken out and splayed outwards, causing the slain to seem as though he or she possesses wings, much like a raven or eagle. With this act, thanks is given unto the blood god for victory. Other usages of the blood raven involve instead flaying the flesh from the slain's back rather than his or her front. The ribs are then cut from the victim's body, made to bend outwards until they break. Finally, the pulsing lungs are pulled out and are thus set against the dying's back. It is a terrible, lingering death that invites the sadistic pleasure of the dark gods, and it is with a butcher's aplomb that the Norse carry it out. Warguild. It would be easy to decry the Norsemen as being lawless savages, with no care for the destruction and carnage they leave in their wake. Truly, they are a savage people who have little interest in other races beyond slaughtering or enslaving them, and who openly worship the Dark Lords of Chaos. However, Norse culture is far more than simply a series of endless battles, and to decry Norse society as being lawless is simply false. Favoring simple laws over the complex ones preferred in the Empire and elsewhere, the Warguild, man gold in the tongue of the Northmen, is one of the few universally accepted traditions of NORSCA. To put it simply, any crime, no matter how great or small, incurs a debt or Warguild. When a man is wronged in Norseman society, he may seek recompense from a Jarl, Chaos Champions, and leaders of Norse society. The man states his case, and the accused is given a chance to defend himself. Witnesses of honorable character are then produced by both sides to lend their perspectives on things, and once all the evidence is presented, the Jarl comes to his decision. Such a verdict rarely comes easily, and is never entirely fair, depending on the quality of the arguments and the Jarl's own mood. In any event, the final arbitration of the matter rests with the Jarl, who sets the ultimate price of Wergild. This can be in the form of a fine, which varies according to the importance of the individual murdered. Northman kings and Jarls thus require the highest level of recompense. Over the centuries, the Wergild has expanded to cover all manner of possible offences. Thus, in instances where no one has been killed, a Jarl must be somewhat creative in his arbitration. Each Jarl must fall upon his own wit and cunning when devising a Wergild, basing the recompense on the crime itself. In the case of a wrongful allegation, a Jarl may order the accuser's tongue to be ripped out. Assaulting another man's wife may result in the rapist being made a eunuch, as a purely practical consideration, seeing as how the accused could not properly control his passions. The taking of limbs is a fairly popular punishment when the accused cannot pay the Wergild, and in some cases even when he or she can. In the case of a particularly dishonorable deed, the accused may be forced to undertake an impossible quest to some horrific den in NORSCA that will likely lead to their deaths. This is usually an amicable situation for all involved, for not only does it serve as an appropriately terrible punishment, but it also is considered a wonderful adventure, for what is better to a Northman than to be set upon a heroic quest to best some nameless horror in the glory of single combat, thus achieving glory and the favor of the dark gods as a result. The manner in which the Wergild is paid out varies amongst the tribes. Certain times, the arbitration of Wergild may involve a transfer of titles and station to the wrong party, and there are even some cases of Norsemen taking the women, children, holdings, and even the thralls of their enemies as recompense for losing their own as a result of the accused actions. Other times, the Wergild may not even fall on the guilty party, but instead on a relative, such as a wife or child, who will often have to part with a limb or eye to repay the debt of the patriarch. Sometimes it may even pass upon the next person to enter the area, a preferred arrangement for the accused, but often a risky one if a man of importance, such as a Jarl or champion, is the one who enters. The Shamans of NORSCA, however, have no worldly Wergild attached to them. Rather, it is thought that the reprisals from the dark gods themselves settle all debts those foolish enough to strike a seer must pay. As the gods are very active in Norscan society, shamans, seers, Vitki, and chaos sorcerer occupy a high level of importance in the echelons of Norse society, and are afforded a great deal of respect, seen as the oracles through whom the gods communicate their holy will. Of course, as the Norse see spirituality as a matter directly between a man and the Chaos Gods themselves, no self-respecting Northman would depend on a middleman to speak with his own deities. It is either a desperate or reckless man of NORSCA who would dare raise his hand against a seer. For even the fearsome warriors of the North are wise enough to fear the retribution of their cruel gods. Norse tribes dedicated to the Master of the Skull Throne have no reverence for spellcasters such as Chaos Sorcerers, and invariably slay such seers whenever they find them. To compensate for their death of arcane knowledge, Norsemen tribes who worship the blood god have their own form of seers, a sect of terrifying warrior priests known as the Blood Fathers. These Norsemen are legendary warriors who bear the mark of Khorne and are said to receive visions of bloodshed and knowledge of battle from him. For even a devotee of Khorne to raise his hand against them is said to invite the displeasure of an already raging god. The Blood Fathers of NORSCA are rightly feared throughout the North, for it is said that there is no trick of axe and sword that Khorne has not revealed unto them. The Skulls. Skulls are keepers of northern lore, and chroniclers of the histories of the Norsemen. Part entertainer, part warrior, these individuals are held in high esteem by Norse jarls and kings for their wisdom and knowledge. These men recount the sagas and deeds of the ancestors and the dark gods themselves, often also composing new sagas out of the feats and exploits of contemporary heroes to add to the collective history of the NORSCANs. As they are skilled and powerful warriors too, many Norse war leaders find it prudent to have a skald in their cohort. When the call to war is sounded, these men have the honor of bearing their leader's own standard into battle. Birth. Amongst many Norscan tribes, it is believed that a birth cannot occur without a death. The arrival of a newborn is thus said to signify doom for the tribe, and so, to appease the hungry spirits, the Norsemen would butcher a thrall. Other tribes, however, see birth as the truest sign of their god's favor and will. There is a tradition among some tribes where the father would feast upon the flesh of the afterbirth, for it is believed that this material holds within it the essence of change, and thus by devouring it, one can draw strength and power from it. Yummy. Morning. There are two ideal fates for a warrior in Norscan society: gaining the marks of the dark gods and death. As a result of this, women are forbidden to mourn their sons and husbands. Instead, they are to celebrate their passing with feasting and praise for the departed. It is a common custom for Norscan women to cut off their fingers as an offering to the shadowy warrior hags, that the demons might bear their men safely to the honored halls of the Dark Gods.
NORSCAN Economy.
The Norscans are commonly described as a people with only 2 talents: producing lethal weapons of war and producing powerful warriors with the deadly will to use them, and as such trade with the various peoples surrounding them, the horse nomads to their east and the mutant bands to their north will commonly center around the exchange of weaponry and armor. For it is for their smelting of metal and working of steel that the Norscans may be acknowledged when off the battlefield. Norscan steel is amongst the finest in all the known world. Their barbaric iron plates capable of turning aside a blade, as well as the armor of any knightly lord of Bretonia. And there are those smiths of the Norse well versed in the art of creating the vaunted Chaos armor. But such knowledge is jealously guarded and rarely attempted, for the creation of such armor involves black rites and sacrifices of the maker's very spirit. Even more so, many superstitious Norsemen outright refrain from the creation of Chaos armor despite having the skills to make it, believing their manufacture a matter only for the gods themselves. The Norscans have also kept strong trade channels with the fire dwarfs of the Great Skull Land. Over the centuries, trade delegations from Zarnagarund have made contact with the Norse tribes, with varying degrees of success, however, and have opened up some trade relations with them. The Norscans cannot hope to match the dwarfs in the art of metallurgy, for the work of men is shoddy and exude compared to the mastery of the sons of Grugni and Hashut. Indeed, the Norscans entertain trade relations with the Chaos Dwarves in order to make use of their masterfully crafted weapons and armor, and in some cases, Chaos Dwarves can be found living temporarily amongst Norscan clans in order to facilitate an arrangement. The Norscan tribes thus exchange furs, meat, precious gems, warpstone, chaos-tainted iron ore, and, most importantly for the dwarves, slaves, in order to buy their armaments. Some few Norscan tribes, primarily those in the extreme south of the country, also trade with the Empire in small quantities, though this is comparatively little compared to their commerce with the Kurgan. In times of peace, Northmen can be found selling furs, gems, hunted game, and other such things in the great merchant cities of Erengrad or Marienburg. However, this is often a contemptible position for any Norseman, and few will look upon it as a first resort. Some Norse tribes have also seen fit to sell slaves taken from their many raids to the Dark Elves of the West, particularly the Greylings, who do so in between raiding the Dark Elven cities, such as Clarond Kar. Norse slavers are also seen as far south as Araby and Ind, flooding the flesh markets with premium stock that lesser warriors simply could not attain. Whaling is another industry of NORSCA. Given that the sea creatures of the far north are often as twisted by the touch of the dark gods as any other creature, the whalers of NORSCA are often made of sterner stuff than most, and thus it is that whaling is one of the few professions not directly concerned with battle that is respected even amongst warriors. Whales provide much to a Norse village's food stores, their meat being able to feed entire villages well. Their skin is used to manufacture rope, and their blubber is used to make oil for fuel. The easiest way to hunt them is to use boats to herd schools of small whales ashore where they can be easily killed. But most NORSCANs spurn such womanly ways, savouring the thrill of setting sail upon a mighty longship to hunt a monstrous whale throughout the Sea of Chaos. Above all, do Norsemen treasure the blood and fury of any endeavour, and whaling is no exception. When such a beast is sighted, the longships sail after it immediately, harpooners gathering at the fore to bring the beast down. The bravest men then leap from the longship's prow onto the Leviathan's back, tearing its hide apart with strikes from their axes. But nonetheless, these beasts, twisted and warped as they are by the powers of chaos, are amongst the most terrifying of creatures within the northern seas. And so it is that any encounter with them must be swiftly and surely settled, for such is their bulk that they can easily capsize any longship, no matter its size, and can swallow entire crews in their gaping maws. Harpooners must thus ensure a swift kill. The best are able to impale the beast right in its gargantuan heart, while others of lesser skill instead skewer it in its ribcage, enabling them to instead drag the beast towards the longship where the crew can slay it with their axes. A whaling vessel seldom returns without towing a slaughtered whale behind it, as it is considered better amongst whalers to submit to a watery grave than face the dishonor of returning to their villages empty-handed. When a vessel does return with the spoils of victory, any Norse village or town has much to celebrate. Thanks and sacrifices are offered up to the dark gods, and much drinking occurs, lasting well into the week, for the survival of the village is now assured for the next many months. The NORSCANs have little use for coins, preferring instead barter and simple taking what they wish on their raids, including coins of other races and kingdoms. But what few coins they do mint are called skeatas, small silver coins bearing the crude imagery of a tribal king encircled by runes of the Dark Tongue. The pfennig is a bronze coin whose face is divided into 4 quadrants. Each quadrant bears a rune, starting with strength in the top left quadrant, then clockwise the other quadrants are courage, death, and conquest. The Northmen do not mint gold coins. Whatever gold they find, they instead melt down into jewelry. They do not exchange coins with other nations, firstly due to few southern traders hazarding transactions with those who so openly serve chaos, and also because the Norsemen see all coinage as equal, regardless of composition. NORSCANs, martially inclined as they are, have a practice of wearing arm rings, forged from gold, silver, and in some cases, beaten iron, as a sign of the victories a warrior has won, thus serving as status symbols, as these arm rings are worn by warrior and jarl alike. These arm rings also serve as currency in addition to their aforementioned functions. The arm rings themselves are far more ubiquitous amongst the NORSCANs than coinage.
NORSCAN language.
NORSCAN is a complex and ancient tongue. Structurally, it bears much similarity with Khazalid, the harsh, guttural tongue of the dwarves, but it is also deeply influenced by the dark tongue, and to a lesser extent, Old Reichspiel. Essentially, NORSCAN uses a small number of root words and creates new words by adding prefixes and suffixes and creating compound words out of simple ones. What further adds to its complexity is that different tribes often use different words to describe the same things. Hence the dialects of NORSCAN vary wildly, often making the clans different nations unto themselves. For instance, a southerly tribe may refer to a bear as a bee-wolf, bee for honey, wolf for shape and appetite, while a northerly tribe, where bees simply do not exist, may refer to a bear as a water wolf, since the bear snatches fish from the mountain streams. In order to master this language, one must not only have complete mastery over its root words, but also be able to understand the implied meaning when the words are joined in the context of where they are spoken. As the Norsemen have invaded and conquered the empire in the past, their tongue has come to influence those of the empire, particularly in the northerly provinces most susceptible to their attacks, such as Nordland and Ostland. For instance, the term were-creature, used to describe shape-changing beings, is obviously drawn from the Norse word for those who are affected irrevocably by the corrupting influence of chaos, namely Chaos Spawn and Forsaken, the Were. The Norse have no word for mutant in their tongues, the closest equivalents for the condition being blessed, gifted, or chosen, the latter being perhaps the closest fit, chosen by the dark powers, gifted by the gods. Titles and nicknames form another important aspect of the NORSCAN lexicon, and are often bestowed upon a warrior after certain heroic exploits, donating a personal trait or ability. Examples of such are Hate-Wrath, Manslayer, Bloodaxe, Beast Hunter, and so on. NORSCAN insults, on the other hand, are often crude, demeaning, and appalling to hear, as the Norse venerate all things masculine. Disparaging a man's warrior and sexual prowess is not only humiliating, but also infuriating to hear. To speak of a man's sword is a particularly common jibe, thus impugning both his skill at arms as well as the size of his manhood. Comparing a man to faithless Imperials, thus implying disfavor with and disloyalty to the Dark Gods and to the clan and ancestors themselves, is yet another surefire way to provoke a Norseman into a terrible rage. And woe unto those foolish enough to imply that a Norseman was used as a woman in the bed of another man. For to utter such cravenness would transform even the lowliest Norseman into a rampaging berserker, certain to cut down dozens in a psychotic fury. The majority of common Norse insults are far too profane to even mention, but suffice to say, most are like the Norse themselves, barbaric, crude, savage, and incredibly unsubtle. Other common Norscan phrases often tend to invoke the dark gods in some way or fashion. For instance, the phrase kargash, meaning blood of corn, is a common enough expression of ire in NORSCA, though it is also used as an oath. The Norse write using runes, and those familiar with the written script of the Dark Tongue can no doubt see its influence upon the written system of NORSCA. The runes are believed by many Norscans to hold some measure of the power of chaos, and are thus often inscribed onto a warrior's armor, including even the plate mail of Chosen, in order to invoke the protection of the gods and grant strength to the wearer in a primitive form of magical invocation.
The end.